owner or operator of the grid. Wheeling charges or rates means the amount that the Office of Utilities Regulation determines is to be charged by the Jamaica Public Service for the transportation of electricity across the grid by an independent party. It should be noted that the agenda can be adjusted, with items being added, removed, or replaced. If you are planning to attend a parliamentary session, here are some things to keep in mind. No visitor shall create any act of disorder within the precincts of the House. No visitor shall be admitted to the House without first obtaining an admission card from the office of the clerk. Visitors who remain within the precincts of the House during a suspension of the session are asked to keep silent. Before we go, here are a few more interesting things about Jamaica's Constitution. It's divided into chapters. Chapter 1 explains the meaning of terms and ideas expressed in the Constitution and make clear that the Constitution is the supreme law of Jamaica and that all other laws are secondary to it and depend upon it. In fact, it says, quote, "If any other law is inconsistent with this Constitution shall prevail, and the other law shall, to the extent of the inconsistency, be void." End quote. Under Chapter 5 of the Constitution, Parliament is given power to make laws for the peace, order, and good government of Jamaica. Chapter 6 speaks to the executive powers. These include that of the Prime Minister, the Cabinet, and the House of Representatives. Chapter 7 explains of the judicature. This is a network of courts ranging from petty sessions of the Court of Appeal and even beyond to the Judicial Committee of the Privy Council in London, which is the highest court. That will change in the near future when Jamaica becomes a republic. Now, over to the proceedings.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
Join the conversation focusing on Jamaica's development. Tune in to the post-cabinet press briefings, Wednesdays live at 9 a.m. with a rebroadcast at 9 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. If you check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 5% or less in on the right track. You for zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You for zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You for zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
Diabetes is high glucose level in the bloodstream. In Jamaica, we have 236,200 people living with diabetes that are known. It's a chronic illness, therefore it's not curable, sad to say. but it can be controlled through proper monitoring such as dieting, exercise, medication, the checking of the glucose level, and consultation with your physician. It is our duty to give care to patients that are diabetic. Whether you're a member or non-member, you can see our consultations. We have a wide range of services that we offer to patients, such as diet plan, our diabetes education, also to teach patients about diabetes, how to monitor themselves and to manage diabetes, to check their blood glucose level and how to treat themselves. At the DHA, we have our Life for a Child program that's for patients 0 to 25. What we offer to them is free insulin, free Lancet, free blood sugar machine, also education and support group for them. You can call us at 927-6774 and you can speak with Nurse Nicorine Knight. She's a clinic coordinator and she will educate you and walk you through the step of what is to be done.
In 2024, Jamaica recorded a 14% reduction in road fatalities when compared to 2023. This progress would not have been possible without the commitment and collaboration of our road safety partners. Let's hear from some of them as they share their contributions and ongoing efforts to make our roads safer for everyone.
I am Colonel Daniel Price, Director General of Road Traffic at the Island Traffic Authority. In 2024, Jamaica lost 365 lives to road crashes. This represents a 14% reduction when compared to 2023. Among the many initiatives undertaken last year, the ITA conducted over 200 public education sessions in educational institutions, community groups, as well as private and public sector companies. We partnered with key stakeholders to drive home the message of road safety and certified 39 driving instructors in accordance with the Road Traffic Act. And we launched the Caribbean Development Bank-funded Road Network Safety Assessment Program. This year, we seek to double our efforts as we look forward to further reduction in road crashes and fatalities. We encourage all road users to be cautious and obey the rules of the road as we aim to stay alive in 2025.
My name is Sidoni Praedial and I'm the lead for youth and education programs at the JN Foundation. The National Helmet Wearing Coalition is an initiative being implemented by the JN Foundation in collaboration with the National Road Safety Council and funded by the FIA Foundation. It was launched March 21st, 2024 with the aim of promoting the use of certified helmets through advocacy and public education. For this year, we plan to continue our engagement activities, continue to advocate for the policies and practices to be in place to promote safe helmet wearing, and to launch our communication campaign, and to finally continue much needed research to ensure that we have all the information needed to promote safe helmet wearings. Remember, stay alive in 2025.
I'm Ralston Smith, Managing Director of the Transport Authority. As a Transport Authority, our primary mandate is to monitor and regulate public passenger transportation sector. The safety of all our drivers, conductors, commuters, pedestrians, and indeed all users of the road is of serious concern to us. We urge all drivers, motorcyclists, cyclists, commuters, and pedestrians to prioritize road safety and respect each other's rights. We at the Transport Authority want to remind all road users of some key safety tips. Among them, obey the speed limit and adjust to road conditions. Wear seat belts and ensure passengers do the same where required. Avoid distractions while driving, such as using phones, eating, and sightseeing. Be visible and cautious as a cyclist or a pedestrian. And finally, share the road and show courtesy to all road users. We continuously encourage our drivers to drive with care and stay alive in 2025.
Hello, Jamaica. My name is Omalura Wilson, and I am the Public Education and Awareness Manager at the National Council on Drug Abuse. According to our Drug Prevalence Survey of 2023, drunk driving has increased to 17.5% across society. It's not a good look. But the National Council on Drug Abuse is here to help. And through our mandate, we have executed many initiatives in 2024, including our pop-up shops across Northeastern and Western region with the Island Traffic Authority, and of course the iconic exhibition at Freedom Street. In 2025, we are not falling short. Look out for us as we continue to sustain this campaign to level the liquor across Jamaica and to ensure that every Jamaican stay alive in 2025.
A production of the Island Traffic Authority, steering safety, inspiring change.
Jamaica is your homeland. You are not homeless or stateless. What we are trying to build here is a place where every Jamaican can feel proud and comfortable to come back home. That's what we want to build here, your homeland. And if you're finding it difficult where you are, come back here. Ackee and saltfish was always good. It's on the tree, you can get it. Don't stay there and suffer. Come back home. But as I said before, don't come back here to destroy your homeland and what we have been working very hard to create so that you wouldn't have had to leave in the first place. And as I said, we have been making strides in that regard. So expect to be dealt with a firm hand if your intent is criminal. Come back and let us build your homeland so that you can stand up with pride with the citizens of the world about your country. That you don't have to be economic refugees. That's what it is about. Disabuse yourself of this notion that you can only make it through crime and therefore you're going to join a gang and become a part of the problem. I appeal to all of you who have been exposed overseas and see what prosperity is like. Come back home and let us work together to build the prosperous nation that Jamaica is destined to be.
What if I told you that you own thousands of acres of land, more than 100 companies with over 100,000 employees and billions in the bank? Well, I have news for you. You do. Jamaica belongs to you, and you need expert protection to safeguard those assets for your future, your children, and your children's children. And you already have it. A key protector is our Auditor General, whose role is outlined by the biggest, baddest law in all the land, the Constitution. The Auditor General's main job is to examine the financial reports of all public entities to ensure that they are accurate and that public funds are used appropriately and effectively to deliver public goods and services without waste, theft, and mismanagement. Here's how it's done. A team of highly trained auditors reviews and verifies that the right amount of money is spent on only what's approved in the national budget and in accordance with the laws and policies that protect public resources. Now, the right amount of money can be spent on the right things and Jamaicans still no benefit. So the Auditor General assesses the outcome for programs and projects as well. Audit reports will also contain recommendations to improve the operations of the audited entity, and the findings are submitted to the Parliament's Public Accounts Committee, the PAC. Every year, an annual report is submitted by December 31. Both government and opposition MPs serve on the PAC, and they summon public entity managers to answer questions so that they and the public, the real owners, yes, you, can understand what went wrong and how to prevent a recurrence. What are some things that can and do go wrong? Cost and time overruns, missing financial reports, unreported losses, unauthorized spending, unsupported payments, unlawful contracting, undisclosed conflict of interest, and more. Though the AG identifies the abuse of laws and policies, the law does not empower that office to penalize or sanction, but it does empower the Financial Secretary in the Ministry of Finance. It is also the duty of other anti-corruption and law enforcement bodies to grab the button and investigate to ensure penalties are applied when appropriate. But the AG alone can't watch all. So when things don't look straight, the Minister of Finance, members of Parliament, Cabinet, public servants, and importantly, you must blow the whistle and the AG will look deeper. So this is where you come in, with 4 things you can do to strengthen those who are fighting to protect our future. Tune into PBCJ on Tuesdays for the PAC and mind your business, Jamaica. It's our belongings, but we have to move like we understand that. And next time you hear a news report about the AG, you just left it up to the media. Visit the AG's website at www.auditorgeneral.gov.jm and check out the findings yourself. Then, keep track of how government has fixed the issue or not at www.jampja.org's Accountometer. And if you're not happy with what you see, it's your job to contact your employees. It's easy when you visit the MP tracker on jampja.org. This is how we can do our part to make Jamaica land we own, Jamaica land we love, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter portal, funded by the European Union and UK Aid.
Dengue is ordinarily a mild disease. Persons may get a fever, headache, joint and muscle pains. The illness is often resolved through rest and adequate hydration along with paracetamol to treat the accompanying fever. However, on occasions the illness can progress to severe dengue, which can result in organ failure, bleeding, and severe fluid depletion that can lead to shock and even death. Therefore, it is important for persons who are experiencing fever, vomiting, severe abdominal pain, bleeding under the skin, feeling very weak, or getting confused to seek immediate attention. Let us work together to protect ourselves against dengue.
Today, we can report 2 consecutive years of reduction in major crimes and murders, with a significant reduction of almost 20% in murders for 2024.
Between January 2022 and January 2025, we have reduced murders by 51%, and January 2025 had the lowest monthly murder count since September 2014.
Our efforts have also resulted in the reduction of active gangs by 50%. We continue to increase firearm seizures, and in more communities, we are experiencing less violence. We will realize our vision of Jamaica as the place of choice to live, work, do business, raise families, and retire in peace and prosperity.
The proceeding was brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock, we're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. You fit check out the servings. Just do the maths. Not taking too much. Finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars, and the fats by percent. Unless you're on the right track. You fit zoom in on the nutrition facts. The table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals, and vitamin 20% and more that good for you. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You feel zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake, and less fat. You feel zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and JAP.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold a portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them on a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of Parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
The hurricane season runs from June 1 through November 30. It normally peaks between August and October. Be prepared. Secure the outside of your home. Check the roof of your house and repair areas that might leak. Also, make sure that zinc sheeting is properly fastened. Trim all large trees within 10 feet of your house. Remove patio furniture, potted plants, garbage bins and toys and place them inside the home. The wind can turn them into missiles. Cover windows with storm shutters. If you don't have storm shutters, use plyboard to cover windows and glass doors. Monitor your radio or television for weather updates and instructions. Be prepared.
Jamaica, I can help you protect our citizens.
Jamaica Eye will play a part in increasing your public safety.
Jamaica Eye is part of an island-wide network of camera surveillance systems designed to increase the safety of you, our citizens. If you have a camera system outside your home or office facing a public space, log on to jamaicaeye.gov.jm today. Jamaica Eye, we're all connected. The Ministry of National Security, creating a safer and prosperous Jamaica.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life. While we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good. I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good. Come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Most Jamaicans will tell you corruption in politics is deep-rooted, and I just saw it said, and nothing can do about that. But actually, there is, and another 152 countries are doing it. It's called asset declaration, and it works best where citizens themselves understand it and help to ensure the law is enforced. Corruption happens when public officials abuse their power to benefit themselves, family, or associates. Jamaica's Integrity Commission Act was designed to prevent corruption. And here are 5 things you should know. 1. Under this law, every year MPs and senators must report what they earn, own, and owe. And if they don't, they'll be sanctioned. 2. Their report must include the same kind of information for their wife or husband and children. 3. If they get a gift worth more than $100,000 from anyone who's not family, they must declare it. 4. A summary of the declarations of our Prime Minister and opposition leader must be published where the public can read it. 5. Parliamentarians can now be prosecuted by the Integrity Commission. They can be fined up to $2 million or serve up to 2 years in prison if they don't file the declaration or if they give false information, and $500,000 for not filing on time or ignoring requests for information. Unfortunately, our parliamentarians made changes that prevent the public from knowing when they've broken the law or when they're being investigated. We really need to change that. Visit jampja.org to find out more about the Act and to track if your MP is obeying this law. If they're not, JAMP's MP Tracker will help you write, tweet, or call your MP. Ask them, you submit your declaration yet? The Integrity Commission clear you? Let's help the Parliament stay honest. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union and the Inter-American Development Bank in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
Do your part to prevent mosquito breeding. Mosquitoes will breed in any container that holds water.
Tightly cover water storage containers such as drums, barrels, buckets and tanks. If this cannot be done, pour cooking oil on the water surface. Punch holes in all tins, plastics and beverage boxes to prevent the collection of water before disposal. Cover all tires or fill with dirt to prevent water collection. Scrub all vases once per week to remove mosquito eggs. Use mosquito repellents to protect yourself from mosquito bites. Dispose of garbage properly by placing in plastic bags and securing properly to prevent water collection.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness.
I wonder who that somebody be. No, sir. Let me look for my glasses. Oh, that somebody look like Roy, sir. It's Lottie, walk on. Me glad for see you, Roy. Although things never go on for you, America, me glad to see you there.
Yeah.
Lift your head high.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble.
Yeah.
And you can have a fresh start back home.
All right, Mr. B. Thanks, you hear?
Let's all work together for a fresh start back home.
The following is brought to you by the Office of the Prime Minister.
Join the conversation focusing on Jamaica's development. Tune in to the post-cabinet press briefings, Wednesdays live at 9 a.m. with a rebroadcast at 9 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Jamaica has more than 28 species of birds, land snails, reptiles, amphibians, and hundreds of flowering plants that are only found in Jamaica. I am Marlon Samuels. Join me to learn more about Jamaica's native and endemic flora and fauna.
Know your natives and endemics. Sundays at 11:15 a.m. exclusively on PBCJ, the People's Station.
The following.
Are you an entrepreneur producing an excellent Jamaican product or service? Did you know you can earn hard currency and more significant returns by exporting? Contact the Ministry of Industry, Investment and Commerce to help propel your business along the export lane.
Everything you can produce, the Jamaicans overseas want it. We're not going to get rich by just bringing down the debt. We're going to get rich by exporting a lot more. So grow exports, create job opportunities, drive economic growth through exports to make Jamaica a richer and much more prosperous country.
Nah, click on your link for my liquor brother pre that slap bro, we no need that. And the next thing them type a song they are listening online, what kind of thing that some big man pose up on them profile and a put chat to a small child. Watch yourself on social media when you a post boxes, no do nothing too wild. What if your little brother see the post, yeah? What if your bro dead in another crime video, yeah? What if your little sister fi take a one pic and it a put up everywhere like it's a poster? Before me share the post, the pic, I ask myself what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if I nah comment, I nah go click me. Before me ask what if, so before you share the post, the link, just ask yourself what if, yeah. When you're there online, make it a new day at the rhyme. Keep up with the time. Broadcasting Commissioner remind you.
Remember that big project the government announced them was going to from when? You ever catch yourself a wonder what happened to it? Stop wonder like an outsider and start move like the country belong to you. You have a right to publicly owned information, and the Access to Information Act gives you that power. I know you have enough questions about how government are run or not run, so let me show you how it works. Say mosquito spraying going on in your community, your children asthmatic and you want to know what chemicals are in it. Or what about that Auditor General report on a public official getting twice his salary with no proper approval? Is your taxes and you want to know if they paid it back? First, do some basic searching to see what is already on government websites. If you don't see what you're looking for, make a formal ATI request by completing the application form on the ATI site or sending a letter or email. And remember, you don't have to say why you need it. It is your right to know. Make sure you send your request to the right agency, and once they confirm receipt, they get 30 calendar days to provide the information. A maximum of 60 if extra time is needed. Yes, I know you want access to everything, but sensitive documents are protected from the public for up to 20 years. For example, documents that would expose a citizen's personal privacy, or those dealing with cabinet discussions, the Governor General's office, or information on the investigative activities of the security forces. Any public officer who tries to destroy or hide any official document can be sanctioned. And if you're having difficulties, the ATI unit will help. So, what if the chemicals in the mosquito spray are toxic? What if the agency did not even try to get back the money they paid out? Call or email your MP. Share the concern, because as your elected representative, they can represent your questions to the government ministers in the House. Remember, it is the job of parliamentarians to monitor and hold the government to account on your behalf. Is not every country give citizens this kind of power, you know? And at 20 years we have this law, and we barely use it. So access information and mind your business, Jamaica. Visit jampja.org today to see what information we access to make it easier for you to hold the government to account. Let's do our job to make Jamaica land we love, Jamaica land we own, and Jamaica land we run well. A message from the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal, funded by the European Union in partnership with the Private Sector Organization of Jamaica.
We are the youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption, changing the world and the way we function.
You remember the youth, them are with future leaders, policy creators, decision makers. As if them are not just the cornerstone, but a crucial part to a better tomorrow.
United against corruption, changing the world and the way we function. The youths united against corruption.
A message from the Integrity Commission.
Washing your hands properly can help keep you and others safe. Remember to wash often, especially before eating or touching your face.
We want a peace for Jamaica. Yeah. We have to be our brother's keeper. Yeah. Jamaica live good, yeah. I make we enjoy life, while we feel safe at night. Jamaica live good, I better you and I. No say we future bright. Jamaica live good, come together as one. I make the violence the world.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Aspiring gunman, badman, young dance, liquor shotters, the 14, the 15, the 16-year-olds, you still have time to change your future and enjoy your life. No gun for no guy. And not bother hang with no crowd that is always getting into trouble. Think about your family, your father, your mother, your granny. Some of you good and all have son or daughter. It's not worth it, my youth. Choose freedom.
Today, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
What is the role of a backbencher in government? I'm glad you asked. They're members of parliament who are not appointed to cabinet. So they sit in the back of the legislature and they apply pressure. They examine what government legislates, participate in parliament debates, raise issues and advocate and question chamber when things don't look straight. Backbenchers represent the constituents in parliament. Backbenchers oversee the interests of citizens, you and me. But how can they be agents of government accountability after them no hold a portfolio? And them and a minister? No. So then how can they facilitate government transparency? And the next thing, them and a front bencher. So how them affect me? You see, a lot of work is in committees. So these portfolio-free MPs with less dire responsibilities are more accessible to you and me. So they help with policy, but it helps if we engage them, you see. So they're not just in the back benches, but on the ground, in the trenches. Though in the back of parliament, we're at the front of their cause. So pause. Find your backbencher at jampja.org.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Speeding kills. Obey the speed limit. A message from the Road Safety Unit in the Ministry of Transport and Mining.
A new story is being written for all Jamaicans. The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is on a mission to transform lives. From increasing access to potable water, providing secure homes for the most vulnerable, and helping you own a piece of the rock. We're revitalizing communities and preserving our environment. We're making an impact. See the difference. Feel the difference. Building a better Jamaica for you and me.
You can feel it. Make JC.
Apply to the Heart NSTA Trust. Learn a new skill and expand your horizons. Your government has made it completely free to you.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. You fi check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats. 5% or less in the on the right track. You fi zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You fi zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
Motorists, as Minister of Justice, I appeal to you, obey the road code, pay your ticket on time, and only go to court if the ticket is being contested. Close to 80% of matters coming to the parish courts are for traffic breaches. Let's work together to make our roads safe and ease the burden on our courts.
So who keeps our taxpayer money in check? Well, the PAC and PAAC help watch over the country's budget. And one might sound like it just have an extra A, but they're way different. Here's how. The PAAC and PAC are two committees that watch the money. The Public Accounts Committee reviews government projects after them close. They do a post-audit check to see what problems arose with the costs and call officials to explain decisions that cause budget mismanagement. And then they recommend corrective action. So the problem will happen from when, not happen again. But what about the money we are spending right now? The PAAC. That's how Public Administration and Appropriations Committee pretty much means your money will protect as it happen, we check. While projects go on, things are accurate. As government spend the nation's budget, PAAC reviews it. They examine proposals and summon officials to find problems before them don't use it. So the PAC and PAAC are two parliamentary committees that watch over the country's wallet to protect the budget and keep it in check. And you can get involved. Just visit jampja.org.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused. I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888 Justice today.
BGLC, the regulatory body. We regulate, you play without worry. We regulate, you play. BGLC, fair play when you play. For the fun of the game, you know we're there. BGLC, keep it fair for the player. You play the game and we are the rules that keep everything fair. So the game play better. The Betting, Gaming and Lotteries Commission. We ensure fairness, integrity and responsible gaming practices. Keep the game fair and fun for everyone. We regulate, you play.
Come July, your NHT home improvement loan will increase to $3.5 million for qualifying applicants. Your government is caring for you.
Cook it up and make we steam it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Cook it up and make we roast it. Farm fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Grow smart at the best part. Food for thought so me have to eat smart. Easy catch, fully net. A tilapia so you don't know what's next. Cook it up and make we fry it. Fresh so me need it, tilapia a real fish. Bring home the best in freshwater fish. High content of vitamin B3, protein and potassium. Tilapia, simple, healthy, delicious.
Most major illnesses that affect Jamaicans are caused by unhealthy lifestyles. Over 50% of Jamaicans are overweight. 1 in 3 Jamaicans has high blood pressure. 1 in 8 Jamaicans has diabetes. 17% of Jamaicans have high cholesterol. A healthy lifestyle can reduce the risk of most of these diseases. Things like regular exercise and adequate rest can play an important role in maintaining good health. The other major consideration is eating healthy. The question is, how do you walk into a restaurant or fast food outlet and identify the healthier menu items? Better For You is an initiative to help Jamaicans to eat healthier. Restaurants and fast food outlets can voluntarily participate by identifying the items on their menu that meet the food-based dietary guidelines for Jamaica. These menu items would be easily identified with the Better For You logo, so customers can quickly identify healthier meal options by looking at the menu or menu board. Once they see the Better For You logo, they can confidently order that menu item, knowing that it's a healthier choice. Better For You will help Jamaicans to make better choices and prompt restaurants to add better options to their menu. Better For You is better for everyone. Good health begins with better choices.
Prayers.
Almighty God, by whom alone kings reign and princes decree justice, and from whom alone cometh all counsel, wisdom, and understanding, we, thine unworthy servants, here gathered together in thy name, do most humbly beseech thee to send down thy heavenly wisdom from above, to direct and guide us in all our consultations. And grant that we, having thy fear always before our eyes, and laying aside all private interests, prejudices, and partial affections, the result of all our counsels may be to the glory of thy blessed name, the maintenance of true religion and justice, the safety, honor, and happiness of the king, the public weal, peace and tranquility on the island, and the uniting and knitting together of the hearts of all persons and estates within the same, in true Christian love and charity, one towards another, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Be seated, please. Call to order the sitting of this Honorable Senate for Friday, June 27, 2025. Before we get into the agenda today, I bring to the Senate's attention and express on behalf of the Senate, Senator Morris Floyd, understand that you suffered a loss recently. And that is in respect to Senator Morris's sister, who has transitioned. And from this seat where I sit, I express condolences to Senator Morris and to his family in this time of grief. And we will hold you in our prayers, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Minister.
President. Mr. President, although you have spoken undoubtedly on behalf of everyone in the Senate, just to rise and convey expressly on behalf of this side our sympathies. The loss of a sibling is not an easy thing to cope with, and we therefore hold Senator Morris in our prayers and hope that memories, good memories, will bring him comfort during his time of mourning. So, Mr. President and Floyd, be assured of our prayers. Thank you. So sorry to hear of your loss.
Statements by ministers. Sorry, Senator Brown.
Yeah. I join the minister. I hope you have spoken on all of us behalf, but instead of your side. We also join in the moments of grief of our brother, Floyd Morris. And may I invite you, President, a couple of weeks ago, we had a minute silent for the tragic fire, victim of tragic fire in Damrep. But where I'm sitting today, I'm hearing reports of the tragic death of scores of babies at the Victoria Jubilee Hospital. And maybe I invite us as a Senate to stand in a minute silence in honor of those children who have died, and in expressing condolences to the mothers, families of nearly 200 children who have died at Victoria Jubilee Hospital in the last 2 or so years. And I'd invite us, through you, to stand in a minute of silence on behalf of the children. Oh, precious, it's the greatest gift the minister said, the Minister of Health has said to the world, and we should acknowledge their passing. If we choose Jamaica, let us choose Jamaican children who have died in such situation in the same way we chose to pay respect to the dead. 113 then in Damrep. And I invite my side and the other side and you to have a moment silence in their, a minute silence in their honor.
Well, before I stand.
Sorry?
Because the report was publicized in relation to the unfortunate passing of some newborn at the Victoria Jubilee, and the expression was made that the situation, as to what would have caused the situation, not one that relates to any intrusion of, let us say, bacteria or otherwise, but would appear to be more of natural causes. And the investigation in relation to the situation would continue. But I agree with you on the loss of life of a newborn, that it is obviously something that would be depressing to any mother, any family. And the Senate, I do believe all members would agree that we should give a moment of silence in that regard. And I just ask for the members of the Senate to stand and to, in a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Statements by ministers. Announcements.
Laid on the table of the Senate are the following: the General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2025 and its resolution under the General Consumption Tax Act. The Integrity Commission's report of investigation concerning allegations of impropriety and procurement irregularities at the National Education Trust. The Large-Scale Projects Tax Relief Application Regulations 2025 and its resolution under the Large-Scale Projects and Pioneer Industries Tax Relief Act. The Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025 and its resolution under the Public Procurement Act. Report of the Special Select Committee of the Senate to consider and report on a private member's motion proposing the creation of legislation for the care and protection of older persons. Annual report of the Integrity Commission for the year 2024-2025. And finally, by way of information, report of the Regulations Committee of the House of Representatives on its deliberations on the Segregated Accounts Companies Forms Regulations 2025. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sorry, Senator Bunting. Son.
Thank you, Mr. President. Could I ask that one of the copies of the annual report of the Integrity Commission be provided to this side, if it's not posted already on the Parliament's website?
All right. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives. He has made a comment. Sorry. I don't know if it has been posted on the website. right? I would expect it to, once it is tabled, it is made available in a public manner. And we have gotten one copy, I believe. It comes only in that format, and a thumb drive. Oh, and the thumb drive will be uploaded as soon as it's tabled, and it has been tabled. All right? Yes. Bills brought from the Honorable House of Representatives. Petitions, papers, reports from committees. Senator Golden Campbell.
Mr. President, I beg to lay on the table of the Senate a copy of the report of the Special Select Committee of the Senate to consider and report on a private member's motion proposing the creation of legislation for the care and protection of older persons.
Notice of motion given orally. Okay.
Mr. President, I have two. First, Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, whereas by virtue of Section 60, subsection 1 of the Public Procurement Act, hereinafter referred to as the Act, the Minister may make such regulations as he thinks fit to give full effect to the provisions of the Act, and, without prejudice to the foregoing, regulations may prescribe provisions in relation to matters specified in paragraphs A to J of Section 61. And whereas, Mr. President, on the 23rd day of June 2025, the Minister made the Public Procurement Amendments Regulations 2025, and whereas it is provided by Section 60, subsection 2 of the Act, that regulations made under paragraphs A, C, E, F, and G of Section 60, subsection 1 of the Act shall be subject to affirmative resolution. Now, therefore, Mr. President, be it resolved by this Honorable Senate as follows. 1, the resolution may be cited as a Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025 resolution. And 2, the Public Procurement Amendment Regulations 2025, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 27th day of June 2025, is hereby affirmed. The second, Mr. President, is I beg to give a notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, whereas Section 63, subsection 1C, E of the General Consumption Tax Act provides that the Minister may make regulations generally for giving effect to the provisions of the Act, and, without prejudice to the generality of the foregoing, may make regulations for, among other things, prescribing the circumstances in which refund of tax may be given and the terms and conditions attached thereto. And, Mr. President, whereas by virtue of Section 63, subsection 3A, any regulations made under paragraph E of the subsection 1 shall be subject to affirmative resolution. Now, therefore, Mr. President, be it resolved by this Honorable Senate as follows. 1, that resolution may be carried as the General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2025 resolution, and 2, the General Consumption Tax Amendment Regulations 2025, which were laid on the table of the Senate on the 27th day of June 2025, are hereby affirmed. If it pleases you, Mr. President.
Senator Golden Campbell.
Mr. President, I beg to give notice that at the next meeting of the Senate, I will move, be it resolved that the report of the Special Select Committee of the Senate to consider and report on a private member's motion proposing the creation of legislation for the care and protection of older persons, which was laid on the table of the Senate on the 27th day of June 2025, be adopted. Mr. President, I further beg to give notice that at a later stage today, I will move for the suspension of the standing orders to enable me to take this motion.
Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring, questions and answers to questions. Motions that may be made at the commencement of public business requiring notice. Motions relating to sittings of the Senate. Motions for leave to introduce bills. Presentation of bills without leave of the Senate first obtained. Public business. Minister.
Mr. President, thank you. We have a full agenda today, as demonstrated by the strong representation of our technical support present today, and this is because of the range of issues that we'll be discussing. We will, of course, be taking the amendments to the Praedial Larceny Prevention Amendment Act, and we will be taking the Law Reform Penalties Amendment Act, and this is to, of course, deal with a series of penalties and fines across legislation within primarily the Ministry of Science, Energy, Telecommunications and Transport. And we will also be taking the electricity wheeling regulations, which were tabled earlier this year, but appear to have not been placed on the agenda at an earlier time. So we are going to have some good discussions today, and we're also taking, seeking the approval of the report of the Select Committee on Elder Care, which I know is long awaited and fully awaited by our members and indeed by the communities particularly interested in that report. So we look forward to a good day. We'll manage it as efficiently as possible, and I look forward to productive contributions on both sides. Mr. President, we start with the Praedial Larceny Prevention Amendment Act 2025. It is intended that these amendments will reinforce the legal framework which we have been strengthening. And I'll speak a little more about that in a few minutes, but essentially it will do so by strengthening the fines and the terms of imprisonment for breaches under the law. Thank you. The government is proposing these amendments with the intention to strengthen the deterrent factor as we seek to effectively combat the theft of agricultural produce, livestock, and fish to complement the wider ecosystem of support that we have been paying to the growth and support of the sector. Mr. President, under this government, agriculture and aquaculture are seeing a new era of productivity, production and development across the country. And through our new FACE of food strategy, with the drive and commitment of Minister Floyd Green and his team at the ministry, Jamaicans are looking at agriculture and aquaculture with renewed interest as we highlight real business opportunities for our young people and our not so young. Interestingly, Mr. President, as I prepared for this debate, I came across the report that according to the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce's Business and Consumer Index survey for the first quarter of this year, 66% of persons surveyed said that they were interested in exploring the sector. 66%. That's a strong sign that farming is gaining new respect, renewed respect, as a serious and rewarding venture. This growing confidence and interest in the sector, Mr. President, is undoubtedly due in large part to direct support, which is being provided to the sector through the Ministry of Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining. In one way, through the provision of at least $1 billion each year in support through the National Production and Productivity Program. Furthermore, it is clearly being recognized that the government has upgraded and rehabilitated 400 farm roads and more under the National Farm Road Rehabilitation Program. This is multiple times what has been done before in any tenure under any administration, and they have also trained and supported over 8,000 young Jamaicans through the Youth in Agriculture program and provided them with support. So fertilizer, seeds, training, new technology. And we're also, Mr. President, not just promising, but delivering massive irrigation expansion projects, bringing water to 4,000 acres of farmlands, transforming productivity for more than 3,000 farmers. Mr. President, that should get a clap to you now. I don't understand you. Irrigation is a big deal. Our direct and strategic support to farmers has significantly boosted and transformed domestic crop production, and I do hope that someone will share those figures in this debate, because those are indeed impressive. Mr. President, another encouraging indicator, or rather another demonstration of the fact that the sector is in fact feeling the support and the change of the trajectory in a very real way, and that is the reduction of food poverty to the lowest levels ever. In 2021, it was recorded at 5.8%, and that figure was cut in 2023 to 2.8%, cut in half, meaning thousands more Jamaicans are able to consistently access safe and nutritious food. But, Mr. President, these significant improvements come as a result of the government's hard work, collaboration, and strategic investments. They also come amidst several very real challenges, such as climate change and isolated weather events, where you have no rain for an extended period, or in the next moment, too much rain all at once. And our farmers and indeed our fishers have been exhibiting very, very, very admirable resilience in the face of these challenges. And indeed, their resilience has been built, and they have been facing them with the support of the government. But the truth is, Mr. President, that even with all this support, Praedial Larceny has for years posed one of the biggest challenges and even disincentives to farmers or to persons who would enter farming and the agri and aquaculture sectors. So, Mr. President, the government has been working hard on this issue and is determined to continue our efforts to address this scourge and to relieve the pressure on farmers and workers in the sectors and their families. I'm sure that members of this honorable chamber would recall that we have addressed this issue before, not so long ago. Today, we continue to strengthen and update key pieces of legislation through amendments for the imposition of stiffer penalties and expanded measures to combat the offense of Praedial larceny, as created under Section 13 of the Larceny Act, and other agricultural-related offenses in specified amendments, such as the Agriculture Produce Act. Now, this bill, the Agriculture Produce Act, was one that most recently came to us, and that was in December 2023. We had passed the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act to streamline the principal legislation, to bring it in line with modern agricultural practices, and to be more effective by providing for more stringent fines and penalties in order to deter Praedial larceny and other agriculture-related offenses, because larceny is not the only thing that happens to affect our farmers. And I go back there because I wanted to share with the Senate and indeed the public who is listening about what has happened since. Sometimes people feel like when you pass legislation, it doesn't have a direct impact on the sector, that it's somehow set in some philosophical or political context that doesn't deliver real results. Esoteric as well is an adjective that has been accorded to the work of this chamber. And I find that the work that was done on the Agricultural Produce Amendment Act demonstrates why this is not so. what happened, Mr. President, is that in 2024, they recognized, as they continue to monitor and assess, that there was a 13% increase in reports of Praedial larceny over 2023. Now you might say an increase in the numbers, that means that Praedial larceny is getting worse, but no. What had always come up in the studies before and the engagement with farmers and the agriculture and aquaculture sectors was that people often did not report, farmers often didn't report Praedial larceny because they did not trust the system to help them, and they did not see that it would ultimately result in any change. So underreporting was a major part of the ecosystem of change that was needed. So a 13% increase when it was recognized was a positive, because an increase in reports meaning increased confidence in the system. And why you can see that this is a proper inference or proper analysis is that what also happened was that the number of arrests rose by 78%. Arrests rose by 78% in 2024. The number of cases before the court increased by 46%, and the number of summonses issued showed a marked increase of 144%, Mr. President. Even the number of vehicles seized increased by 250%, Mr. President. This is delivering real results to the sector. I don't have all the absolute numbers. But the percentages are real. And we can find those because they wouldn't be far at hand. You are quite right, but I know that I don't have any 1 to 2 numbers here. Mr. President, these advances have come through collaboration between stakeholders in the agriculture sector and the Jamaica Constabulary Force, which have been further strengthened this year with the establishment of the new Agricultural Protection Branch. Mr. President, this new branch is headed by an Assistant Commissioner of Police. I know you recall us speaking before about the policy of raising the level, the seniority of the police that were assigned to the matter of Praedial larceny to ensure that it was given treated with the importance that it deserved. It's not a minor matter, and that it shouldn't just be dealt with at a more junior stage. It must be given the greatest level of attention. So not only has its seniority of attention been raised to the ACP level, but an entire branch has been created. And it has a clear mission to enforce the laws and regulations governing agriculture, to develop strategies to prevent and investigate agricultural-related crimes, and to safeguard the livelihood of our farmers. The branch is also going to be staffed, Mr. President, with a senior superintendent, a superintendent in charge of special investigations and intelligence, because there are networks, you know, Mr. President. This is profitable business. And as a matter of fact, it is business that even goes beyond our borders. There is the recognition that there's not only guns for drugs that occurs between the criminals in Haiti and Jamaica, but there's guns for food. They bring guns here to exchange for goat and other agricultural produce, but it requires very serious attention. And we're therefore delivering that as an administration. I'm going to add, Mr. President, that there is also going to be a drones unit, which will ensure that surveillance in areas prone to Praedial larceny is also taken up several notches, so that it doesn't only rely on the increased mobility, which has also been provided, but the use of technology to have a wider reach and wider protection. Mr. President, the criminals, all they have all day to do is plan their criminality. And they use technology too. So we have to do more, and that is what we are doing. Mr. President, in addition to this, another plank of the fight against Praedial larceny is the strategic deployment of agricultural wardens. 243, you wanted some hard numbers? 243 candidates have already successfully completed their written exams, physical assessments, background checks, and fingerprinting, and they're now awaiting their medical exams to be included in the program, Mr. President. We have a training schedule, and we have already identified a training location, and we will welcome our first wardens this very year. So, Mr. President, the work of increasing the penalties doesn't happen in a vacuum. It happens when we're putting in place all the planks to ensure that not only the deterrent effort, the deterrent effect of the legislation is put forward, but enforcement. We're going to catch them. We're going to find them, the intelligence to prevent, and then we're also going to find them so we can prosecute them and apply the stronger penalties. Mr. President, the amendments will not only address the harsher penalties, but they will address the enhanced traceability of agricultural produce, which is an important part as we have moved into JACRA regime, where we actually look at geographical indicators. We want to make sure that our coffee, our cocoa, our coconuts, and others, the turmeric, spices, that everything is looked at and can be traced to where it is from. And this is part of our new face of agriculture. And this is where that 66% of increased interest is coming from, Mr. President. We're serious about growing the industry, and we're serious about protecting our farmers and restoring confidence in agricultural investment. So, Mr. President, if I were to apply broad categories of the intentions of this act, one is to expand the powers of the agricultural wardens, enabling them to enforce provisions under related legislation, including under the Agricultural Produce Act and the Animal Diseases and Importations, Marking of Bovine Animals regulations. Mr. President, so the intention is not just to train and appoint new wardens, but we're empowering them to be able to do the important work of monitoring and enforcement that is needed to protect our farmers. Mr. President, they're going to apply consequential amendments to critical enactments that are named in the first schedule to strengthen weak penalties under certain pieces of legislation, which include the Trespass Act, the Malicious Injuries to Properties Act, Unlawful Possession of Property Act, and the Country Fires Act. So we're looking at all the aspects that affect farming, Mr. President. The amendments will include additional offenses under the Larceny Act, such as robbery and receiving stolen property, and under the Malicious Injuries to Property Act, such as setting fire to crops, and to give wardens a broader power or broader powers to act in agriculturally related crimes. So I hope you understand the holistic approach that is taking to this matter, and we wouldn't reduce this just to increasing penalties. It really is so much more than that. Bringing all the elements together. Mr. President, if I just do a quick clause by clause, as always, clause 1 is the short title and stipulates how it is to be read and construed, and it is to be read and construed with the Principal Act. And the clause also stipulates that when sections 2 and 8 are to come into operation, and that is on a day appointed by the minister. Clause 2 amends section 2 of the Principal Act by inserting the term victim impact statement. We'll speak about that. Although it's a phrase that I'm sure everyone recognizes, a definition has been provided. Clause 3 provides for the amendment of section 11 of the Act, which deals with powers of search. And it deletes the words $40,000 wherever they appear and replaces them with $1 million. As you can see, the fines were way out of whack. A $40,000 fine where I don't know if anybody in their speech is going to speak about the cost of a cow and the cost of a goat. It is incredibly how out of step the fines had come to be. By inserting a subsection 4 to allow a constable or a warden to call on any person to aid and assist in the execution of duties under the Act, and where such person refuses without lawful excuse to aid and assist such constable or warden, then the person commits an offense, and upon summary conviction before a judge, to be liable to a fine not exceeding $250,000, and in default, of course, we're gone, an term of imprisonment not exceeding 3 months. Now, we anticipate that in these communities, when a warden or a constable asks somebody to help them with arresting a goat thief or a cow thief or somebody who has stolen a whole van load of watermelon or tomato, that they are unlikely to have any resistance in getting help. I know that the farmers groups, they have their WhatsApp groups, etc., so they are able now, as they've been trained in this, to bring to each other's attention where if something has occurred and help is needed. So there's a really great deal of collaboration and cooperation, a strong network and sense of community that has been fostered in the sector. Mr. President, the Clause 4 amends Section 12 of the Principal Act, which deals with forfeiture of property used for commission of the offense. And here it's replacing 2 years with 1 year. And what that's essentially intended to do is expand the number of offenses that can be addressed in respect of forfeiture of property. It won't have to be one that attracts 2 years. It can be one that attracts an offense of 1 year imprisonment. Mr. President, Clause 5 deals with repeal and replacement of Section 3 of the Principal Act, which deals with assaulting, obstructing, or threatening an agricultural warden. As I said, this is an area of criminality. The criminals in the agricultural sector, Praedial larcenists, are not any softer or any more acceptable, if I use that word, or, than any other criminal. They are criminals. And accordingly, when our agricultural wardens go out to do their work, they must be given the strength of law to protect them, not only in giving them the power of enforcement, but to protect them from assault and obstruction by making it an offense and strengthening the offense, rather, of obstructing them in their work, assaulting them, or threatening. It's also increasing the fines in respect of aiding, inciting, or encouraging any person to do so. So we're not calling, we're not supporting any mob behavior to fight against the wardens if they manage to find themselves in a den of iniquity where it is the criminals who outnumber them. It's going to be a crime for everybody to not, if they take action against our agricultural wardens. Absolutely, serving and protecting at every level. And Mr. President, here, if you aid, incite, or encourage, the fines on summary conviction before a judge of the municipal court, of the parish court, will not exceed $1 million and have a term of imprisonment in the alternative of up to 6 months. Mr. President, amendment of Section 14 of the Principal Act is achieved through Clause 6. And here it deals with disposal of perishable agricultural produce, livestock, and fish. There is one minor correction to the word identity, and then the fines move from $40,000 to $500,000 in this case. Clause 6 deals with the amendment of Sections 15 and 16, which deal with the penalty on possession of clothing by persons who are not agricultural wardens, and the penalty on unauthorized use of the agricultural warden uniform. So this is to make it clear. Don't think you're going to that you're smarter than anybody if you try to steal a warden uniform and try to secure property or produce under false pretenses. This bill will ensure that you are disabused of the notion of that strategy, because the fine is going to move from $20,000 to $5 million, and the alternative imprisonment will move from 1 year to 3 years. We are serious about addressing Praedial larceny, Mr. President, and this makes it clear. Clause 8 deals with an insertion of Section 18A, and it deals with the victim impact statement, which I referenced earlier, Mr. President. Essentially, where a person is convicted of an offense under the Act or any offense listed under the first schedule, the court, before sentencing the offender, may consider a statement for the victim. And it also states that the minister may make regulations in relation to the form and manner of submission of victim impact statements. So it's clear, Mr. President, that we will be taking the views of the farmer that's affected into direct consideration when the sentence is to be applied or it's to be calculated, and so the real impact, the direct impact, will be before the court. And so this is a serious improvement in making sure that the courts they deliver justice in the way that that it is desired by the population being served. They want to feel like justice is served, exactly. Mr. President, Clause 9 amends Section 19 of the Act, and it addresses, it inserts a penalty of $20,000. It makes it a penalty of $500,000, and this is a broad catchment. Clause 10, repeal and replacement of the first schedule of the Principal Act. Here it is the list that specifies the various enactments and accompanying sections with the details of the offenses to which the duties of an agricultural warden will relate. And that is, and that also detects the offenses under the Act and the enactments specified in the first schedule. So the enactments that are now listed as have been expanded include the Agricultural Produce Act, which we dealt with before, so it's going to be enhanced. The Animals, Diseases and Importation, Marking of Bovine Animals Regulations, the Country Fires Act, the Larceny Act, the Malicious Injuries to Property Act, the Trespass Act, and the Unlawful Possession of Property Act. Clause 11, Mr. President, addresses amendments of other enactments. It intends to set out a schedule, specified enactments, and the manner in which they're being amended. So in this said clause, Mr. President, the schedule has two columns. Column 1 specifies the enactment, and column 2 provides the details of the amendments to each enactment so specified. And Mr. President, the amendments all cover the principal acts which I just listed. I think we can look through and see that the sections are stated in the schedule. Mr. President, this brings to a close my opening of this debate. I am quite sure that the Senate is clear that we are serious about protecting our farmers and restoring even greater confidence in agriculture and aquaculture. The Praedial Larceny Prevention Amendment Act will improve deterrence together with the other work that I've described. It will increase enforcement, and it will increase the fines and terms of imprisonment in order to effectively address the persistent challenges posed by agricultural crimes. We will, through this bill, assist in the safeguarding of the sector. I therefore look forward to the contributions on both sides and ask for members' full support of the act before us. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Johnson-Smith. Senator Lambert-Brown.
Thank you, President. And we're happy, President, that as that popular song say, we don't have to kick down corruption door today because the IC report for 24-25 has been tabled. I'm not sure it has yet reached my phone, but we expect before the day sitting is out that that report will come. So, President, the opposition has always been on the side of our farmers. And our farmers have suffered a lot. Senator Morris, in your northwest St. Anne's and in southwest St. Anne's, there are trucks that have gone around and steal farmers' cows and cattle. And they have been dealt with in a certain way by the citizen and by the police. So we are opposed to Praedial larcenies. We're opposed to the criminals who prey on the hard-working farmers. And Senator Bunting, you are aware of fish farmers, aquaculture, suffering. So the opposition minister supports increased penalty. We support enforcement. When I sat on that side of the Senate, when I sat on that side, longer than you will sit there, when I sat on that side, I sat with a colleague, Senator Norman Grant, who was for some time president of the Jamaica Agricultural Society. And he constantly called for tougher penalties. He made proposals. I'm not paying him any money. Let me put it this way. I'm not going in a pigsty, you know, even though that's part of the agricultural thing. So, we stand there in the gallery today. There's a colleague of mine who sits in the JS. He's my first vice president, Clifton Grant. And he's the chairman of the Human Resource Committee of JS. So and he served on the 4-H board at some point. So we are for the farmers. We are for the farmers. But when we look, and let me just say one other thing about Norman. I wish to place on record my congratulations to Dr. Norman Grant, who recently defended his PhD thesis. So, from those who sat on that side, we have a doctor and now Professor Floyd Morris. We have Dr. Angela Brownberg, and we now have Dr. Norman Grant. And at least what we don't have on this side, nor on that side, was the breaking news boss and children dying in hospital. We didn't have that. President, what the people of the country are saying is that why has it taken this government 9 years, 9+ years, to bring these amendments now? And people are asking, is it because an election draweth nigh and they wish to curry favor with the 300 or so thousand farmers? I know you curry goat, not only that, you curry chicken at OLO. Yeah. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. So, for 9 years, we have had what Marlon Morgan calls lip service from this. I have all the time, you know. I have all the time. So, wow. So, Mr. President, people are asking, why? Why at this last moment, why at this 11th hour, that this legislation, which should have come long ago, is coming? And that's the first concern I want to raise. And there's some, and while we generally support the bill, there are some specifics where we have some issues, and I'm going to come to one of them at least, Minister. But you know what is worse to the farmers than Praedial Larceny? And Praedial Larceny is bad. It's terrible. But what is worse is the lifting of tariffs that is there to protect our local farmers from overseas competition. I will never forget that last year in the budget, Minister Clark announced that they were going to remove the tariffs and allow foreign agricultural produce to come in and compete with the Jamaican farmers. And I choose the Jamaican farmers over the foreign farmers. They attempt to do it this year. And thankfully, Mark Jefferson Golden and the other members of the House of Representatives stood up in the House and blocked, though 13 of them, 14, blocked the government effort. And so today, the Jamaican farmers are not facing the competition from foreign produce, subsidized foreign farmers that this government wanted to impose on them. And that is worse, will have a worse effect than the Praedial larcenies, as bad as the Praedial larcenies are. So I will support your man Trump, who has said to the WTO, I am putting on tariff to protect the American people. I don't think he knew what he was doing, but I know that we must protect our farmers. And that's why the next PNP government will put in an agricultural development fund to protect and defend the farmers of Jamaica. Mr. President, another thing that is bad, probably as bad as the Praedial larceny, is the way the fertilizer that was given to us free from Morocco was distributed in a corrupt way. What the song say? Kick down corruption door. What we're looking at, Peter, don't get involved.
Mr. President,
Morgan is irrelevant.
on a point of order, just on a point of order. On a point of order, Mr. President, I do not wish this chamber to be misled and have idle throwing out of this word corruption as this opposition is so want to do. Mr. President, there were issues about the timing at which the names were provided, but they were provided. And the fact is that this increase in productivity was due to nothing other than the fact that we were able to get fertilizer at a time nobody else was able to get it and give it directly to farmers so that they were able to counteract the effects of drought on us. But he is misleading the Senate with boundless and baseless accusations of corruption. The fertilizer was delivered to farmers, and there was only a question. It is a point of, don't tell me to sit down. You're rude and out of order. You're rude and out of order. Mr. President, you should have him removed. You're rude and out of order. Don't tell people to sit down.
All right.
Who are you?
I am the... Sorry. Minister, sorry, Senator Brown, okay, sorry, just hold a second for me, please, hold a second. Minister, the only person who can rule on a point of order is me. When I sit here, and I cannot rule on a point of order if I do not hear it. So I'm going to ask the minister, please, you cannot, look here. Could you, well, Minister, could you please say in what way Senator Brown is misleading the Senate so I can make a ruling on whether it is accurate or not?
Mr.
Please.
President, I said that the member was misleading the Senate by indicating that there was corruption associated with the distribution of fertilizer obtained from a valuable bilateral partner. And I clarified that the truth of the matter is that the fertilizer was delivered directly to farmers. The names have been provided to the Auditor General, and his statement is a misleading statement. It is false. It is false.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much, Minister. Senator Brown. And let me say this. Let me ask, Senator Brown, before you proceed. Senator Bunting. I ask members, as I have always had to do when I sit here, is that when there is the crosstalk, you drown out each other, you know. But I'm hearing certain things, and Senator Bunting, there is crosstalk and there is bantering that can be accommodated in here. But when we go low, Senator Bunting, when we go low, I am sitting in a different position now, Senator Bunting. So please, look here. You need to have control of yourself. Have control of yourself, please. Please have control. Please have control of yourself, sir. That's all I'm saying to you. And if I have to call on you, because I heard the comment that you made in respect to Senator Morgan, and I'm not going to entertain it.
Did you hear what
all right?
he said to Johnny?
Senator Brown, continue.
Did you hear what he said to Johnny? Thank you. President, I know you didn't hear. I know you will say you didn't hear. But Senator Morgan made some threatening remarks to Senator Ali.
You heard what I said? When you shout at each other, you drown out each other. Senator Brown,
to you.
Senator Brown, please.
I'm bringing to your attention, President, the
Senator Brown.
words.
Senator Brown.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, just continue.
I am. But I'm also bringing to your attention
and that is not something that I will be able to take account of, all right? So please, Senator Brown.
You do not care about the threat to the beer girl?
Senator Brown, continue.
You don't care about the threat. No wonder them take down your posters by the parish council. President, the Auditor General, a constitutional office, made a report to this Parliament, copies of which we received, pointing out what a large section of the country consider the corruption scandal involving the misdistribution and the maldistribution of free fertilizer from the Kingdom of Morocco. And this government should understand that when the fertilizer came to help our farmers, and when you deny the private farmers because of the greed of, as one somebody said, Christine the Parson Pickney first. Because of the greed of Christine Parson Pickney first, our farmers were set back and denied opportunities. So clearly, they were not choosing. Clearly, they were not choosing the Jamaican farmers.
Senator Brown, let me hear.
They were not choosing the Jamaican
Senator
farmers.
Brown, let me hear the point of.
Another point of order?
Yes.
I'm so used to the frivolity from them.
Yes.
The suggestion by the senator that farmers have been deprived of fertilizer and a corruption scandal surrounds the fertilizer program is patently false. It is misleading. And I'd urge you to encourage the member to comport his utterances and ensure that they are consistent with the truth. Thank you.
In my little speech, they are making a dozen speeches. But the Auditor General report, which still stands on the table of this Parliament, is the one that I stand by. Not by what Senator Fitzgerald says or the leader of government business. I am standing by that which the constitutional authority, the Auditor General, laid on the table, right? Carried it in media. And I have not seen any formal report from RADA or the Ministry of Agriculture tabled in this Parliament countering the report of the Auditor General. I stand by the Auditor General's report because the Auditor General did the investigation. She had no interest to protect, and she had no reason to be standing behind the corruption door because we plan to kick down the corruption door.
Absolutely nowhere in the Auditor General's findings was it said that farmers were deprived of fertilizer due to the conduct of the program. Again, the member is misleading the Parliament of Jamaica and misrepresenting the findings of the Auditor General. I urge you, sir, I urge you to commend to him to comport himself in a manner where his utterances are consistent with what is true. He's misleading the Parliament and the people of Jamaica. We won't have it.
Well, it could be the misreading of the Senator's view of the Auditor General's report. I don't have that report before me. So if you have it and you can quote from it at the appropriate time in your presentation, Senator. Go ahead.
So the Auditor General has done her job. She has done her job. She has done her duty to the Constitution and the people of Jamaica. And the people are ready to pronounce their verdict. They're just waiting for Andrew to call it. So, President, I've dealt with the importation policy. I've dealt with the fertilizer that the Auditor General spoke about. And now we come to a third element where our farmers suffer. It is in the environmental area. The farmers in the Rio Cobre zone and other areas of the country have had to face a regulatory authority which has failed to convict people, big people, who have caused hardship and suffering to the people who live off the Rio Cobre and the fishing in the Rio Cobre. And I want to praise Mark Jefferson Golden for getting fingerlings and taking to the Rio Cobre to restock the Rio Cobre. So our farmers, you never been born yet, so I can ignore you. Yeah. But you don't even know how you read, that's your problem. Anyway, enough of you, Apka. President, the people of the St. Catherine area who have suffered by the lax environmental rules, by the failure to prosecute the big people who is damaging their livelihoods. That is something that one would have expected the government to address and to protect those farmers. Their environmental policy, especially towards the rivers, in Portland as well, have caused great suffering to our farmers. So when they come with this bill now, to say they're changing the penalties, etc., at the 11th hour, not to be even implemented immediately, but at least 2 clauses subject to the appointed day. And I wish to make a proposal to the government in respect to this bill, because there's a clause in it that offends me and would be offensive to the people of the country. And that's clause 3 on page 2 in this bill. Section 11 of the Principal Act is being proposed to be amended at 3B. Let me say a little before I read what it says. The minister gave us some glib words. Oh, the people in the areas, and they have WhatsApp group and they will help the agriculture wardens. Fine, sound nice. But if that is so, Minister, you don't need this clause in this bill. Because this clause does not assist those people. What this clause says, and let's read it, it says, a constable or a warden may call upon any person to aid and assist in the execution of the duties under this act. And if any person so called upon neglects or refuses without the lawful excuse to aid and assist the constable or the warden, that person commits an offense. Now, aid and assist could mean a lot of things. I'm driving out to Portland to visit a sick relative. A warden flags me down and says, "You see that truck there? It just steal a goat or a cow." But I see you do it all the time. You are a truck. Mr. President, I withdraw that.
Sorry, Senator. No.
I withdraw that. But
Yes.
I'm begging for you.
No, but Senator Brown. And I'm happy that you picked it up quickly. You saw when I was moving forward, because guess what?
President,
yeah. Don't
I'm
do
not
that.
in a truck looking like such and such. Stole a cow.
It is beyond that, you know.
What is beyond that?
No. Because just when you commented on it, it is beyond what you just said, you know.
I don't understand it.
No, because I do.
You're interrupting my speech?
You're using the script of a truck to try and relate it to a party, but you went beyond that.
No.
You went beyond that.
I passed Morgan already.
Senator, so why you went on to say that?
It's my speech. I'm entitled to freedom of speech.
No, you're not entitled to say anything inside here.
No, I'm entitled to say anything that is
within the
standing
rules.
orders.
And I'm telling you that with your comment a while ago, Senator
look
Brown.
at the time.
Senator, don't worry about the time. But I'm saying to you, you know, there are certain things that I cannot tolerate. And when you try to disparage, yes, a member, I'm asking you to exercise caution. You withdrew the comment, but then you start to go back on it. Just withdraw it and just move on, man. Please.
President, let me repeat what I was saying. A man in a truck steal a cow or a goat or some banana, is driving away. A warden stops a motorist and says, see that truck there? I want you to aid and assist me in catching it. And if that person says, no, he refuses, and that person now can be subject under this clause. You can shake your head in the same way people shake their head about billboards in Montego Bay. Right? It is the courts who will read this legislation and says that you refuse to aid and assist. And this clause is dangerous to the citizens of this country because it is subject to serious abuse. It is going to be to the discretion of that constable or that warden as to whether or not the fact that somebody is going to look for their sick mother or to meet some other obligation are a lawful excuse. And so I'm saying to this Senate, and I'm happy that because of Senator Scott Motley, the other place is going to be meeting on Tuesday. You cause it, Donna. That we take an amendment. We take an amendment to this clause, which I will be proposing during committee, to protect the Jamaican people from abuse and bad laws. This is a piece of legislation that requires better crafting, greater creativity, and not to expose Senator Gale and his trip to Westmoreland to do union work. From being required to aid and assist and having refused becomes liable for up to 3 months in prison or a fine. And I don't need to go much further than to say, while we support generally the bill, we're going to oppose you on this clause. We're going to propose an amendment to it, and we're going to divide on this clause. I remember well when we were discussing the needs first, a clause in that needs bill which said the minister could change any law by order. When I raise it, the technician says, correct, pull it out. Again, I urge the technicians to look at the wording of this clause to see whether or not it fits what we want to do and it is disproportionate. Such a clause doesn't even exist in the Jamaica Constabulary Force Act. It doesn't even exist in the war powers under the state of emergency. Why are we going to put it in this legislation and to unleash upon our citizens abuse? And we see it. Just go and read the Supreme Court website for this year. There are at least 2 cases of false imprisonment. And then yesterday, we see the case of the other man with the 120 million. Save our country from having this legislation being challenged. Re-look at the clause. Not because we are supporting Praedial lawlessness, but because it is badly worded. It is bad legislation, and on that grounds I can't support that clause. On that grounds I can't support this clause, and I do not think the opposition will give you support on this clause. Minister, you have a chance to change this and get it through before the elections, because the other place is going to be meeting on Tuesday. Thank you, Senator Scott Motley, for pointing out the game that was being played. With those, Mr. President, I make it clear. This government just have a few more weeks to implement this if they want. But I want to make it clear that as the people are singing, anything you broke down, we are going to build back. We are going to build back better than before. Anything you take away, we are going to set back. We are going to restore. We are marching on to victory. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Lambert-Brown. And we'll know about this time Senator Cavan-Gale.
Thank you, President.
Mr. Brown, you have had your presentation. Senator Cab, just really take it easy now. But
President.
Senator Cavan-Gale.
Thank you, President.
And before you go on, Senator Gale. Before you go on, I always say, because sometimes I think some persons are loose with their lips. And everybody always tend to focus on what is contained under the head of content of debate. But there is a standing order 43 that speaks to other things, that speak to disregard to the chair, that speaks to where a person shall be out of order, and out of order can be taken in a very wide way, and they can be asked to withdraw. And if they don't want to withdraw, then they can be removed from the Senate. Persons are watching. Whether it is today or the last day, Senator Brown. And every time you open your mouth, you bring it more in line with what is contained in Standing Order 43. All right? Don't let us have to invoke the standing orders under 43. All right? Senator Cavan-Gale.
Thank you, President. I have been in this Senate since 2012. Yes. And one of the things about me is that I abide by the rules of the Senate. You will never find me stretching the debate outside of what is regulated. People are watching. Maybe you wouldn't understand what I'm talking about, because when you run afoul, that's what happens. President, I'm rising in full support of the amendments to this Praedial Larceny Act. We are seeing this legislation as not just a policy. It's not just a policy matter. It's a moral and economic imperative. And the amendments before us today, it sends a clear message, sir, that we must treat agricultural theft not what it is. It's a direct attack on the national development. It's an attack on food security and on the dignity of our rural farming communities. Mr. President, a suggestion has been made that we are waiting for a long time to do this. What is important is that this government, this administration, does careful analysis, consultation in regards to the implementation and transitioning of laws. And if it takes time to do that, we're going to do it because we are required on behalf of the people to deliver. So the principal aim of this bill today, sir, is to strengthen the penalties associated with Praedial larceny. Speak of increasing fines and terms of imprisonment. We must establish a stronger deterrent against theft of farming for farmers. And under this act, you know, the agricultural warden plays a very critical role to detect and to monitor the offenses. However, you know, without robust penalties, the act is going to lack teeth. And it is about strengthening this legislation. The bill responds to persistent and systematic problem that robs our farmers of their livelihood. It discourages investment for small farmers, and it weakens the trust in the justice system. Mr. President, the effectiveness of these administrations requires several forms of support to be mobilized. What this government is doing is that it is ensuring that the wardens are fully trained, equipped, and integrated into the community policing system. And regardless of whatever authority the wardens will get, they must be respected. What the government is also doing is that it's strengthening the intelligence sharing and the operational coordination between law enforcement and the Ministry of Agriculture. Mr. President, we want to hope and anticipate that in the long run, you know, when it gets to another place, after the arresting and charging and it gets to the courts, the judges and the prosecutors hopefully will appreciate the gravity of Praedial larceny and be encouraged to impose the deterrent sentences under this new amended legislation and send a very strong signal. What is going to be important, President, is that the farmers and the rural citizens, they will be able to understand their rights and how to report the incidents and support and get the support available to them. And there will be a full aim for the expansion of the farm registration, the livestock tagging, and traceability. President, Praedial larceny devastates lives. It's not a victimless crime. It means a goat stolen in Clarendon from a Clarendon farmer is a school fee lost. A truckload of stolen produce from St. Elizabeth can erase an entire season's work. President, the fear of theft stops them from even investing, stop them from even wanting to expand their supplies. Mr. President, these amendments, the farmers, crops, and livestock gain stronger legal protection and the sense of law and the value is important. You know, in the schedule, Mr. President, on page 10, under the Trespass Act, Section 2, there's an amendment, and I want to read B before I read A. where the offense was committed, this is B now, by day, to a fine not exceeding $1 million or in default of payment thereafter, imprisonment for a term not exceeding 3 years or 3 times the value of the damage done during the course of the trespass, whichever is greater. That's B. A says, where the offense was committed at night, to a fine not exceeding $2 million. Now what it's saying, is that you commit it at night as opposed to day. There's an extended penalty. Mr. President, what it is saying further is that these criminals, it is safer to go to your bed at night rather than trespassing on the farmer's produce. Mr. President, I want to use the opportunity to commend the strategic initiatives led by Minister Floyd Green. When there was the reinvigoration of the National Praedial Larceny Prevention Task Force, includes partnership with JCF and RADA for ground-level enforcement. That was commendable. Yes. Mr. President, over 300,000 registered farmers help now to verify ownership and assist law enforcement. When he strengthened the agricultural zones and farm road networks, making rural farms more accessible to support and security service. Mr. President, that is commendable. Doing right by our farmers. Let's understand one thing. The next 5 years are critical for Jamaica's food security. Yes. The next 5 years. With climate threat, global supply shocks, the rising food prices, we must increase local production. There are many changes that are taking place in this world every day that can put Jamaica and our agricultural system into adverse effects. And so, we have to recommend to farmers a change in their approach, where they are now going to embrace new technologies, greenhouse, hydroponics, a precision in agriculture, participates in training and resilience program. Don't just stay on the outside. Attend these training programs. I want to encourage them to form more cooperatives to strengthen their collective bargaining. And President, this government has always led by example. We lead with targeted investment in agro-process, storage, and cold chains. We lead by offering greater support, through financing and subsidies. And you take note of the fact that every time we put in new plans, new initiatives, what you get from that side is an objection. All they do is object. They have no alternative plans. No solutions to Jamaica. Mr. President, this government's leadership, we will continue, to be deliberate, sustained, and inclusive. Yes. Small farmers from everywhere, even the large producers, we must work as partners. One of the things I will say, going forward in agriculture, it needs the experience, steady hands, sound leadership. We need no new Minister of Agriculture but the Honorable Floyd. Certainly not David Campbell. experience and performance is going to be very critical in the next 5 years. And Jamaica has done well, and we cannot afford to start over. So, President, these amendments, they are not just increasing fines. We are raising the floor of protection for every rural Jamaican whose livelihood depends on agriculture. And this is about justice. It's about dignity. And it's about ensuring that the farm gate becomes a gateway to opportunity, not vulnerability. President, let us agree on the passage of these amendments with the unity and the urgency that it deserves. Let us provide the resources, and we are just moving forward in the delivery and the security of our future in terms of food security. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Gill. Senator Scott Motley.
If it pleases you, Mr. President, I rise to participate in this debate, and just to say a few brief words. I want to indicate to you at this point in time that I shall be leaving shortly because of very personal reasons, and I do apologize. I was trying to urge Senator Abkafis Henley to speak instead of you, Senator Gale, since he has threatened to assault me in the chamber.
What?
With his words, Senator Camilla Johnson-Smith. And you're getting very anxious because I've not completed my statement. He has spoken about me in public before from a platform, and he has indicated that he also intends to do that today. I will not be able to respond. But let me say to him that I remind him that when he did so previously, he did whisper an apology to me. I noticed that he has been calling for public apologies, and perhaps even as he does it today, he will apologize for his past references. It would be admirable of him to do so. So let me go to the points that I want to make on this bill. I'm a country girl, born and grew in the country, in a place where when you call its name, they still ask, where is that? And I had occasion to visit my country, my roots, in Mount Providence, where my father was the principal of the primary school there, and then in Woodhall, where my father was the principal of the primary school there. And it was really fascinating because I did not know we were doing this bill today. But one of the things that persons were complaining about was the loss of their animals and loss of their crops. There was a woman who came to me. She was sent to speak with me because I was an attorney and people were hopeful that I could offer some support. Because her goat, her sole support, the animal that she was relying on to provide her with sustenance when it was sold for some good time, had been taken by somebody who had immediately fled the district. She had gone to the police, she had made a report, and she could get no assistance. And I think of so many others who have suffered that fate. Recently, there was a television clip where somebody had rounded up all these goats on the road, just waiting to come back for them. People are so afraid of venturing into farming because they don't have a sense of security. And I mentioned goats because almost every Jamaican eats goats. Curry goat is one of our top menus. And yet, in spite of that, most of the goat meat that we eat is imported. It saddens me tremendously that Senator Bontin, just look up the figures for me. You know where to go to find it. It saddens me that in a country where you could probably say curry goat is at the top of our national dish, that we don't produce the goats ourselves. And I recall when Senator Crawford was speaking about encouraging persons to give their child a goat, the sort of ridicule to which he was exposed. Subsequently, this Minister of Agriculture, who Senator Gale has praised so lavishly, you know, I'm mistaken. It's not him, you know. It was, but you change so many ministers, sometimes I lose the, I can't remember who was where. So there was a policy which was introduced into the Ministry of Agriculture where you could actually have a donation of sperm so that we could encourage production of goats. I understand why this is being done and why an increase in agricultural wardens and a strengthening of agricultural wardens is being done. But somehow, from my own experience, it simply does not work. A couple months ago, we discussed the whole question of river wardens, for example. I think it was Senator Longmore who brought it up. And I can tell you, without fear of contradiction, that you can't find anybody policing the rivers. The reason why, when they had this controversy about the amount of E. coli in the water and why East Rural was so high is because every weekend you have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people who come there to use the river. And there are no sanitary conveniences. So when you're crafting legislation or you're crafting policy, I think you have to think about what in reality happens on the ground. And you have to ask yourself, how really, having empowered these agricultural wardens, what is the practicality of it? I was heartened to hear the leader speak to drones and the use of drones. But if you use drones only in specific areas, what happens is just like what happens in states of emergencies. You lock down this area here, and the balloon effect is felt elsewhere. For my own part, being a country girl, I know that it usually is the people who can be mobilized to assist in dealing with the problems which a community experiences. And I would suggest, no, let me withdraw that, because obviously it won't be a matter for you. But the communities have to be mobilized around initiatives which will make them safe and which will protect them. When I was a chairman of the SCJH, I introduced an initiative called the Navel String Project. And I actually introduced that initiative because I used to walk all the time on the road for exercise, Senator Morgan. And I would observe that a man in particular, President, you should see him watching the ackee tree. Every time I pass him, this man is obsessed and fascinated with the ackee tree. And I introduced a navel string project, because I said, you know, one of the ways in which we can feed our population is if we plant enough trees along the road, fruit-bearing trees, ackee, mango, everything that somebody who is hungry would not be committing a trespass, if they were to help themselves to it. You know, as me say, me come from country, and no KFC not there. And when you go country, you get offered, when you leave in, you get coconut, you get yam, you get banana, you get pineapple, you get everything. And those people, those people understand the benefit of eating like that. When other people are talking about selling organic food for a whole bag of money, they live on organic food and they understand its value. So no KFC that come in that area, nobody now run that down. No long line for that. And I said very seriously, Senator Steve Wright, that we have an opportunity to encourage good, healthy habits amongst our populations. And if we do that, we can cut down on the need for so many people to go to the hospital with diabetes, with hypertension, suffering from obesity, because we will start from the outset to build a healthy Jamaica. I want to make one last observation, because as I said, I'm just making a brief contribution to the debate. And that is how we decide what fine becomes a deterrent. You know, I've been in this parliament for a very long time. Several go-rounds. I'm sorry I won't be here when you're debating the elder care, your report, since I'm a senior citizen myself. No. And I understand the value of making preparations for the persons in that category.
You don't find yourself in that category. No senior.
But I was just, you know, it made me lose my train of thought, right? Totally distracted now. Totally distracted. So the final point that I will make is that when we are determining penalties and deterrence, I think we need a more scientific approach to what actually works as a deterrent. From my experience, parliamentarians pick a number and decide whether or not it's appropriate in the circumstances. Should it be 5 million? No, man, make it 3. Should it be 3 years? No, man, make it 10. And I think it is time in this kind of Jamaica that we have data which drives those kinds of decisions so that we can be truly effective in terms of our sentencing. I believe that everybody needs to embrace that because it's important that it works. They're not just numbers which you pull from a hat. They're serious tools for fighting crime and for preventing the commission of crime. So I say that I urge you to take a look at the point which Senator Brown has raised. I am not optimistic that it will be attended to, but I think it's an important point. And much like when we were debating NIDS, eventually some people had to begin to participate in trying to get a bill which did not offend the Constitution. So it is possible for both sides to work together in spite of the differences. I was struck by the fact that Senator Morgan read the prayer this morning. And I trust It sounded very strong and very positive, and I urge him to adopt every word of that prayer in going forward today. Amen. I thank you very much, Mr. President, if it pleases you.
Thank you, Senator. Sorry. Sorry. Well, it wouldn't be a point of order. Go ahead.
I'm advised that whilst I was out the chamber, sir, the senator who was about to exit the chamber, Senator Scott Motley, indicated that I advanced menacing words in her direction and raising the spectre of assault. That, sir, is a bold-faced lie. It is untrue. And I'd urge the senator to retract it. I normally, sir, use words which are guided, such as misleading, false, measured. But that, sir, is a bold-faced lie, and I'll urge her to retract it. Thank you.
I'm going to. I allow latitude at times, Senator Bunting. I'm just checking for something. All right? Just give me a moment. Go on. So this is what I wanted to point out when Senator Brown was making his comments. There is there's a provision. I mean, it's a learning and teaching moment for many sometimes. Under Standing Order 18, that with the leave of the President and by the indulgence of the Senate, a member may make a personal explanation, although there may be no question before the Senate. All right? But no controversial matter may be brought forward, nor any debate arise upon the explanation. And that is what I believe Senator Abka Fitzendi was seeking to advance using that standing order, really. That's why I say it's not a point of order. All right? But there seemed to have been some, as I said, I didn't hear it. You brought it to the attention, and Senator Abka Fitzendi has indicated that he did not make the comments. All right? Senators.
President, Senator Abka Fitzendi knows what he said.
Yeah.
I see the leader responded before I was concluded. I did not intend to convey, as she interpreted, that it was a physical threat. I have been a member of the Senate here much longer than Senator Fitzendi has been. And I think you ought to be aware that I would never, ever, on any occasion, not inside the Senate or outside the Senate, misrepresent, much less to lie on a fellow senator. But, no, I'm not finished. But let me say this. Let me say this. He knows what he said. He knows that I invited him to speak before I left, because I wanted to hear for myself what it is that he intended to say. There are many things said in this House, which, as you are aware, President, do not get broadcast, but are heard. So I will say, I leave Senator Fitzendi to his own self. I am not intrigued by the remarks that he has made about me. And it leaves no impact on my soul because it can only hurt or demean me if it comes from somebody who I hold in high regard, if it pleases.
Senator.
Point of order, sir.
No.
Point of clarification.
All right, Senator Fitzhenley, and let me say this. Senator, you're going to speak. Senator, no, I'm not going to enter. No, Senator Bunting, and yes. So the comment, Senator Fitzhenley, you have made your comment, and you made your comment, and Senator Scott Motley has indicated what it is that she has said. So let us leave it there because what you're getting into is something that is not going to be accommodated. It cannot be accommodated. So you have indicated that you did not. Senator Scott Motley is of the view that there was a comment. But what it brings me to, members, is this. And I have always been saying it. The sort of us comments, when a speaker is speaking, cut down on the sort of us comments. And you try to speak over each other. And if I have to make a ruling, I cannot if I don't hear what has been said. All right? So, we had Senator Scott Motley. Senator, any speaker from? There is no indication. You indicate by the light being turned on. So I can see Senator Elon Thompson.
Mr. President, it seems like in this honorable house we are very tense at a time when we as Jamaicans, we have a decision to make. And whilst I can understand the tension on that side, I'm reminded of when I was a child and I used to watch the proceedings of the Parliament. And I used to wonder to myself, you know, why this type of behavior takes place. And, you know, if I were in that position, how would I behave? And being in this position now, if you notice how I operate, I try to follow the rules, abide by the rules. And I know that we're in a political climate now that some of us are more tense than others. And we should remember that persons are watching us. Not only that, we have to live with ourselves. There are 358 persons online now, and they're all watching us. So I just wanted to remind ourselves of that. Mr. President, I rise to support the proposed amendments of the Praedial Larceny Act, which seeks to provide deterrence and reinforce the legal framework by increasing the fines and terms of imprisonment to effectively address the persistent challenges posed by agricultural crimes, thereby safeguarding the sector. Mr. President, I'm always humbled every time my patients who are farmers, they bring me produce, their best produce, to show their gratitude for helping with their care. The greatest impact for me, though, Mr. President, was those younger years, walking around, and I'm sure you can attest to this, the Charles Gordon Market in Montego Bay, with either my father or my mother on a Saturday morning. It was then understood by myself the immense sacrifice that has been made by the farmers to provide for the population. Every farmer had a different story about how they were able to reach the market to be able to make a living. I'm also reminded of the many farm trucks that would journey in the wee hours of the morning to make it to the markets. This is an incredible sacrifice. For this, Mr. President, this government salutes all farmers. Yes, sir. I wish, Mr. President, to focus on the importance of these amendments to the health sector. Praedial larceny, the theft of agricultural produce and livestock, is not merely a crime against property. It is a crime against our people. Yes. It undermines the ability of our farmers to produce, store, and distribute food. It cripples rural economies, contributes to food inflation, and threatens the health of our citizens in ways that are often overlooked in the public discourse. I urge us to view Praedial larceny not only as an economic crime, but as a public health concern. We know that the link between agriculture and health is undeniable. Let us then take a look at the indirect consequences on health. Mental health effects, Mr. President. Farmers who are victims of repeated theft often experience chronic stress, anxiety, and feelings of helplessness due to financial losses and fear of future incidents. Loss of livelihood and the inability to provide for their families can lead to depressive symptoms. In extreme cases, the psychological toll of continued losses and lack of support may lead to suicidal thoughts or actions. There are physical health consequences, Mr. President. Confrontation with thieves can result in physical harm to farmers or their families. Long-term stress can contribute to development or worsening of chronic conditions such as hypertension, cardiovascular disease, and gastrointestinal problems. Mr. President, on the point of nutrition and food security, theft of produce and livestock can reduce the availability of food for both farmers and the local community. As supplies dwindles and prices rise, access to fresh, nutritious foods may decline, leading to malnutrition or traditional, healthier food options, which may be replaced with processed alternatives, contributing to obesity and non-communicable diseases. This is a very complex matter, Mr. President. Mental health challenges, chronic diseases, injuries and violence, as well as food security, big public health concerns. Let me, Mr. President, touch briefly on some of the environmental health challenges linked to Praedial larceny. Disposal of animal remains or waste from stolen produce may contaminate rivers, streams, and groundwater sources, leading to the spread of waterborne diseases such as cholera, typhoid, and leptospirosis. Mr. President, as a country, we do not want to go back there. We have done so well in public health to effectively prevent and manage these diseases. Stolen livestock are often slaughtered in unsanitary makeshift locations without proper oversight, increasing the risk of contamination with pathogens like E. coli and Salmonella. The handling of animals without veterinary checks heightens the risk of spread of zoonotic diseases such as anthrax and brucellosis, which affect both humans and other animals. Crops or animal parts left to rot in public or private areas can attract vermin such as rats or stray dogs, increase vector populations such as mosquitoes and flies, and pose odor and hygiene issues. Burning of stolen or spoiled crops as a method of disposal can contribute to local air pollution and respiratory issues, especially in vulnerable rural communities. All these can contribute to a significant burden on the health sector. But while we acknowledge the clear link between Praedial larceny and its impact on the health sector, I think we must look at some of the key strides we have made as a government to strengthen the health system to be responsive to new and existing issues. Mr. President, I wish to bring attention to the important role of our environmental officers and highlight the very important role of our public health inspectors as part of that group. Public health inspectors play a critical role in mitigating the environmental and health consequences of Praedial larceny. These professionals are on the front line ensuring that food entering the market is safe, that slaughtering practices meet sanitary standards, and that water sources remain uncontaminated. When stolen livestock are butchered illegally, it is the public health inspectors who respond to the threats and contain the risk of zoonotic diseases. When spoiled produce or animal remains are dumped, public health inspectors investigate and coordinate cleanup to prevent vector-borne illnesses such as dengue, leptospirosis, or rat-borne infections. Their vigilance, enforcement authority, and community engagement must be applauded as we seek to safeguard the public's health. Our Minister of Health and Wellness, in his recent sectoral presentation, highlighted key achievements of the health sector. Expanding the health budget, making more staff available, expanding services through the National Health Fund, offering more services such as screening, elderly care, and adolescent health services, also improving diagnostic services, upgrading the health centers, expansion of operating theaters, using AI technology to strengthen policy, data ecosystem, healthcare priorities, workforce development, and ongoing monitoring and evaluation. Offering scholarships, reducing wait time in hospitals, strengthening nutrition policies, addressing mental health through a comprehensive approach. These are all parts of the sectoral presentation. Mr. President, all these achievements point to the government's commitment of building a system that is responsive in the needs of the people of Jamaica. All we are asking the people to do is to stay the course. Choose Jamaica. Choose Jamaica. Mr. President, while we acknowledge the public health effects of Praedial larceny, we also want to highlight a health system that is equipped to deal with the issues that face our people. Mr. President, in closing, we must recognize that food security and health security are two sides of the same coin. When we protect our farmers, we protect our food. And when we protect our food, we protect the health of our nation. I therefore support the proposed amendments of the Praedial Larceny Act. Increasing penalties and improving enforcement mechanisms are critical steps. We recognize the important role of the government in strengthening surveillance systems, for which health plays a critical role, investing in farm-to-market traceability, and providing the tools and technology needed to deter and detect theft. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. And it is now 1:20, Minister, 1:20.
Mr. President, might the Senate be permitted to sit beyond 1:30 to complete the business of the day?
And the question has been posed. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Senator Gabriela Morris. What is that going on? Senator Allen, just put up the, because let's see what.
Thank you, Mr. President. Better, yeah.
All right, before you go on, just turn off the other one and turn it on back again. Okay, on? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Today, I wanted to rise to support
Senator Morris. I don't know, the sound went off even when the light was on, so that's, let us just see. Check. Proceed. go off again, and both of them, and let me.
Use one.
Go ahead.
Just use that one alone.
Testing, yes. Yes, that's good.
Permitted to speak from a seat, not your own.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. So I was moved to speak on this bill because I believe that it is indeed important for us to protect one of our more vulnerable sectors, agriculture. And as somebody seeking to represent a seat that is largely rural and where a sizable chunk of the local economy depends on agriculture, I had to rise to express my support for the introduction of these penalties. Because, Mr. President, farmers in Northwest St. Anne, and I can even go as far as to say Southwest St. Anne, they're some of the most hardworking Jamaicans. And they're self-sufficient, and they're deeply committed to doing their part to ensure that they feed this country. And I want to take some time to salute them and the work that they do to put food on our tables. But Mr. President, one of the biggest nightmares for my farmers is when they wake up in the morning and they see that all that they have planted has been stolen. And I've had to sit and listen to big men cry because their livestock has been taken and their produce has been digged up. And so I want us here to understand the gravity, and I heard Senator speak about the mental health implications of this. I want us to understand the gravity and the damage that it does to individuals and to families when their hard work has been stolen from them in the dead of the night. And so I want us to contextualize Praedial larceny not as petty theft, but at this point it is organized, it is destructive, and it is deeply demoralizing for farmers who go out from the early morning to ensure that they can provide for their families and provide for this country. And let's be clear that this is not just a rural issue. It's a national issue. Because when these thieves, these crooks, prey on our farmers, they're not just stealing produce, but they're threatening food security, they're threatening livelihoods, they're threatening Jamaica's economic independence. And Mr. President, I want to allude to our growing dependence on imports. Because this situation calls into sharp focus an urgent need for us to fortify our agricultural sector and encourage more Jamaicans to invest, to expand their farms, and to innovate in agriculture. It is important at this point, as a nation seeking growth, that we ensure that we protect our farmers and we make agriculture a safe and lucrative business for Jamaicans. Now, we on this side, we have said that we wish to reduce the food import bill by 25% because we believe that we have to boost local production. And to boost local production, Mr. President, we have to ensure that we protect those who are in the industry. And so, yes, the penalties are one measure, But we have to go further than that, I believe, and provide some more support to our farmers so that they can invest in increased security for their farms. And that is something that I believe will help to stem the tide of Praedial larceny. We on this side, we have also spoken about investment in agriculture in terms of, as Senator Brown mentioned, the Agricultural Development Fund, which will provide the much needed support to our farmers and would afford them greater protection from disasters, from loss of property, as well as provide the stimulus for the enhanced use of technology in agriculture, which we so desperately need to see more of. But Mr. President, legislation is good, but it is not enough. It is not enough. And enforcement and implementation is often where we fall down. And I'm craving, I'm hoping, as somebody who interacts with a lot of farmers, to see more real investment and resources being provided to our small farmers. Farmers need to know that they're not alone in what they're doing. And so, Mr. President, RADA is there as an organization to assist our farmers. But we need to see more. We need to see more support for our farmers coming out of RADA. And we spoke earlier about the cost of corruption in agriculture. And I know that we don't want to touch it, but it is a real matter. Because when there are implications of fertilizer not being given to those who need it most, but being sold, that is a dangerous road to go down. And whether or not,
on a point of order once more.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, yes, lies bite. There was no, the Auditor General's report did not allege any corruption, and it did not, what it said expressly was that they were concerned that they did not have the beneficiary list in all of the bags, and they were provided. There is, Mr. President, no allegation of corruption comprised in the Auditor General's report, and any attempt to try to have those things embedded in Hansard or that fertilizer was sold.
It's in the report.
They have been responded, so I will check on that as well. But you guys are very, I just have to say, Mr. President, that these utterances that are being made demonstrate the utmost irresponsible and disregard for the importance of the relationships between Jamaica and the countries who have been providing such strong support for our farmers, which they have felt and has increased their productivity undeniably and indisputably.
All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. It seems like the minister is more concerned about relationships than the farmers who need these resources. It is in the report. Check it out. It's a Google away. It's a Google away. Read the report.
All right.
Mr. President, I was on the point of corruption, where resources are directed away from the people who need it most. I can talk for my farmers in Muirhouse who, after the hurricane, were supposed to get fertilizer, and them say no PNP farmer now get it. That is corruption. When we talk about agriculture, listen, you can't tell me the experience, you know, it's me walk and talk with them. That's right. Mr. President, we must recognize in this country,
The standing orders, that is correct, sir.
and Gabriela Morris?
I'm making a point of order.
What's
If
the
you
point
listen
of
to it, you will
order?
hear it. That the standing order requires that the speaker be heard in silence. The minister, all
right, Senator
the minister
Brown.
and government leader
Senator Brown.
has been interrupting her.
Yeah, Senator
so I'm
Brown.
asking that she be allowed to
Yeah.
conclude her speech in silence.
Yes.
Consistent
All right,
with
thank
standing
you.
order.
Thank you, Senator Brown. And I hope you take your own messaging. All right.
Mr. President,
Continue, Senator
thank you.
Morris.
Thank you. I want to make my point very clear. Yes, please. Absolutely clear. Right? This is not something that I am making up. It is the reality. I spoke of the report, and it is there for all to see. Right? I spoke about what is happening in our communities with the distribution of resources to our farmers. And it is something that we need to take stock of if we want to see worthwhile investment in agriculture. That is the point. In terms of expanding and growing the industry, one of the things that I hope to see, and I am passionate about as well, is more for young people entering into the agricultural sector and becoming a part of being producers and not just consumers. Mr. President, I know that there are programs under 4-H. I do, and I accept that. The 4-H has long been a champion for agriculture and for youth in agriculture. But what I want to see is further expansion of that. I meet upon... I encounter so many young people who have said that they are struggling to find land. They have the interest, they have the skills, they have the ability, but they want land. And so one of the things that the PNP has committed to doing once we become government is ensuring that we prioritize land for agriculture. Because this is how, Mr. President, we are going to see growth. Not the promised 5 in 4, but real growth. As I close, Mr. President, I want to express the support, or my support, our support, for our farmers who continue despite the challenges. And I want to tell them that help is on the way. Yes, it is. Because while we see that there are some people who want to be the face of food, we are here to ensure that real change takes place in the agricultural sector, because we believe in agriculture. We have seen the stories, and I've said since I came into this parliament, that side would rather to bury their heads in the sand and to out the little fire around them while the rest of the country is burning down. Because we are seeing our farmers talking about undercutting in the price of onions. And we have a responsibility to ensure that we protect our local farmers. We have the responsibility to ensure that we bring down imports. And while that is continuing, I am not satisfied. But I look forward, under the next administration, to having a government who does not only give lip service to agriculture, but is ready to make real, meaningful change. May it please you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Morris. Senator Seabright.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I decided to chime in full support of this act to amend the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act. And I find it quite interesting because there's absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind that when it comes to agriculture and the work that has been put in by successive ministers of agriculture under this administration, it really is second to none. But beyond that is also the sheer responsiveness of this administration, and we have to certainly give credit to Minister Floyd Green and his technical team at the Ministry of Agriculture and Fisheries for listening first and foremost to the concerns of the farmers, many of whom are subsistence farmers, listening to the concerns of stakeholders, and systematically and strategically working to address the issues one by one in a sensible fashion. So we know it is a silly season, Mr. President, and of course, you know, everybody have to, people blow hard, eh? It is what it is. But I am absolutely stunned that we are gotten to the point where this absolutely positive amendment to the Praedial Larceny Act, which will benefit farmers and people all across Jamaica, and thousands of families, is being stirred into some unnecessary political banter on the part of the opposition. But I know they need the attention and they need the views. So I guess that is where they stand. So as the Memorandum of Objects and Reasons says, the principal purpose of the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act is to, among other things, make provision for the appointment of agricultural wardens to detect the commission of any offences under the Act or the offences specified under the first schedule to the Act, and to otherwise carry out the functions prescribed under the Act and for other matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. It's also critically important because, as you know, my colleague opposite, Senator Allen, the agricultural industry is absolutely critical to the tourism industry, and both are interconnected. We have 2,000 small farmers on our Agri-Linkages Exchange platform, which was developed in conjunction with the Ministry of Agriculture and its RADA, Rural Agricultural Development Authority. And those are 2,000 small farmers, primarily, all of them, with families spread across Jamaica, who have sold in excess of 1.2 billion Jamaican dollars in produce to the tourism sector. And that's just on the Alex platform. We're not including, we're including all the other arrangements that are going on there that probably amount to millions, if not billions, of Jamaican dollars. And a number of them have said to us in the space, because we have very good relationships with pineapple farmers, strawberry farmers, a lot of vegetable farmers and so on, that the issue of Praedial larceny is a serious one, and they want attentiveness and they want more responsiveness. Agriculture is the mainstay of most Jamaicans. And with the enhanced policing that has been taking place over the last several years, the growing confidence in our national security infrastructure, I think it is absolutely commendable that we have sought to ensure that our farmers now get a piece of that positiveness happening in the national security frontier, where we have seen over 40% decline in murders and other serious crimes. So I am in standing full support, and certainly the tourism sector, the industry on a whole, is in absolute and full support of this amendment. And we understand the importance of government listening, being responsive, being attentive, and being caring as it relates to the interests of our people. I thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Seabright. Can you assist Senator Morris, please? No, it was in respect to turn out. I'm certain that there was a little challenge, Senator Brown. Senator Morris.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I am standing in the stead of the leader of opposition business.
speak from a seat that you may want to hold on to.
Not for too long, Mr. President. Not for too long. Mr. President, I rise to make my contribution to the debate on this very important bill. Because in Jamaica, Mr. President, there's a saying that goes, he who feels it knows it. And I have been a farmer for a significant portion of my life until I decided that I was going to throw in the towels, like many other Jamaicans who have invested in the agricultural sector. The agricultural sector, Mr. President, constitute a significant sector in the Jamaican landscape because it contributes, the last figure that I saw was about 8% to our GDP, and we have close to 300,000 farmers who benefit and produce for our country. And so, Mr. President, this bill is very important to these individuals because what it seeks to do is to establish a mechanism for strengthening penalties for the 2-foot puss who continues to plunder the hard-working farmers of our country. And, Mr. President, you know, I have gone through the whole gamut of agricultural production. I've been a goat farmer long before it became fashionable. I was once the largest poultry farmer in St. Mary, 15,000 birds per month, supplying the hotel industry. My senator friend. And also crop production, cassava, pumpkin, greenhouse farming, sweet pepper, tomato, etc. But where I decided to throw in the towel was with the poultry production. Because at one point in time, you are here storing, purchasing and storing feed, and you're saying, boy, yes, you're getting the reports that the birds are eating up the feed a lot and consistently. And then when the time comes to reap, a bird ends up weighing 2 pounds after 6 weeks. And you say, what is the problem? You know, people going in, stealing feed, and individuals not keeping proper account for it. So you have different problems that farmers face. And as I travel through St. Mary, which was once a crowning parish for agricultural production, I can't help but to mention how we have so many vacant areas that were once strong agricultural production. So take, for example, in my community of Baileysville, as I
turn the corner from the highway at Trinity, pass my friend Richard Creary's house and go up to Bailey's Hill, and you look, all of those lands are now occupied by bush, which were in years gone by either occupied by banana production, plant production, cassava, sugarcane, etc. And when you ask individuals in around the area, why aren't you producing? Why aren't you engaged in agricultural production? And some of them beat them chest and say, me plant a day and man come reap a night. The people are afraid of the 2-foot post. And Mr. President, it is very hard when you hear the stories of farmers. Some time ago, there was a video circulating with a farmer in St. Catherine who came under sustained gun attack because the 2-foot post went in on him with his products. And I tell you, those scenes, those experiences, Mr. President, are not encouraging for farmers. And that is why, you know, you have to support the penalties that are being increased, subject to the amendment that have been proposed by Senator Lambert Brown, because when we pass laws in this chamber, it must be in sync with the constitutional rights and freedoms of the Jamaican people. And so we intend to give support to the bill, but we intend to make sure that the amendment that Senator Lambert Brown has put forward is given support. So, Mr. President, we want to make sure that agricultural production is increased in Jamaica. Because for when agricultural production is increased, it means that our food security will improve. And with the recent UN report that pointed to, I think, 55% of our population not having or eating sufficient food, it means that there is a crisis on our hand. And we have to make sure that we produce more food so that our people can eat what they grow and grow what they eat. And eat healthy too. Senator Steve, right? No KFC around here. Mr. President, we have to make sure that we put in place the mechanism that is going to incentivize these farmers in terms of the agricultural production. And one of the ways of doing so is increasing the penalties. But you know, Mr. President, I am very disappointed that it took so long for us to reach here with these penalties. Because the farmers continues to lobby for and ask for greater protection to make sure that their hard work don't go down the drain. And it is the duty of government to consistently respond to the needs of its citizens. So you have to constantly place legislation under review and bring it to Parliament in a timely manner in order to protect the citizens. And I'm very disappointed that it took so long, but nonetheless, we accept the amendments. But, Mr. President, a final point that I want to make. Is on the issue, the level of thievery that exists within our society. And I was talking to an elderly gentleman in Northwest St. too. In Northwest St. And the gentleman said to me, you know, Senator Morris, I am very saddened at where we are in Jamaica today. Because at every level of the society, thievery is taking place. Because we come up with a nice term and we use it and say, Praedial, Larceny. But it's thievery. It's thievery. They are thieving the farmers' produce. And the elderly gentleman said, boy, everywhere in the society, thievery is taking place. I say, oh, you mean everywhere thievery taking place? And in pointing to what is happening on the ground with farmers being robbed of their produce. And then him go straight up to the top where him point to politicians who he regards as thieves. And him say, but when you reach up the top, when you reach up the top, Mr. President, they say corruption. But the old man say, them are thief. And it disturbed me because, Mr. President, all of us who are in leadership are being lumped into a category. And we have to make sure that we clean up the mess. We clean up the mess. And that is why our pledge from the party that I am a member is that when we are returned to power, we are going to kick down corruption door. We are going to kick down corruption door because the time has come for the thievery in Jamaica to stop. The time has come for those who are robbing the farmers to stop. The time has come for those who are robbing public resources that deprives individuals of quality health care, quality education, quality social protection. The time has come for that thievery to stop. And we are going to ensure that we kick down corruption door. May it please you, Mr. President.
Senator Abka-Fitzgerald.
President, am I being heard? Yeah. I rise to give brief support to the act to amend the Praedial Larceny Act. I believe it's a significant move and a step in the right direction towards bringing the legislative framework to a point where farmers can have confidence that when the wicked act of Praedial larceny is visited upon them, that the law will be sure in terms of visiting strong punishment on the culprits. President, there is varying data concerning whether strong punishment, major fines, or the extent to which those will act as a deterrent to criminal activity. But I strongly believe that it is the duty of us legislators in the Parliament to put a framework in place where stakeholders, including our farmers, can be confident that if ever there is any individual who seeks to exploit their hard work, yes, pilfer their investment, chances are, if in fact that individual is caught, there will be strong and in fact draconian punishment. I believe, sir, that the act of Praedial larceny is among the more wicked crimes that can be contemplated in any free and democratic society. Farming is hard work. The farmers toil. They invest. Oftentimes, their crops are wiped out by natural disasters or natural occurrences, including drought or hurricane. It is a step in the right direction for the Parliament of Jamaica and the government of Jamaica to put in place legislative measures which may contribute towards removing one potential impediment towards the success of our farmers in Jamaica. I'm confident that this bill will meet its memorandum of objects, which is to act as a deterrent to individuals, criminals who are minded to prey upon the nation's farmers. I'm of the view, sir, that the commitment of the administration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness to our nation's farmers cannot be disputed. And we have put the resources behind the talk. It is the administration of Prime Minister Holness that has invested almost $2 billion via the DBJ, the Development Bank of Jamaica, to support micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises, with a significant portion of that sum earmarked to bolster and support the agriculture industry, and in particular, the nation's farmers. Not too long ago, the Minister of Agriculture, the Honorable Floyd Green, announced that the ministry has earmarked $6 billion to be spent over the next 6 years, to bolster and support the agriculture sector. We put the money where our mouth is. The minister also announced that the DBJ, in partnership with the IDB, the EU, and the NCU, will launch a new initiative in May 2026 to support 25 agriculture stakeholders across the island. We believe in not just talking about supporting our nation's farmers. We believe in pumping the resources to ensure that their lives are easier and they are enabled to contribute greatly or to a greater capacity or a greater extent to the well-being of themselves, their families, and indeed the nation. The minister also announced that just under $400 million has been earmarked for farmers to access small business loans in order to develop their businesses and further contribute to the agricultural enterprise in Jamaica. We believe in putting taxpayers' money in support of our nation's farmers, because agriculture is also among the mitochondrions of the Jamaican economy. That's the belief of the government of Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and I support my colleague, Senator Seaverwright, who adumbrated the contribution, the dedication of the government of Jamaica to the well-being of the nation's farmers cannot be questioned. I believe as we pursue the legislative agenda, it is important that all sectors, the well-being of all sectors, be contemplated. And indeed, our farmers are among the key stakeholders whose future the legislative agenda and the agenda of the executive arm of the Jamaican state must attend to. This bill is one step in the right direction towards showing or exercising our duty of care to the farmers in Jamaica. Like Senator Seaverite, I join in a bit of disappointment concerning the trajectory that this debate has taken. But part of the reasons why the debate concerning this bill, an act to amend the Praedial Larceny Act, has taken the trajectory it has, is because, unfortunately, we're contending, sir, with an opposition that is not afraid to speak untruth into the record of the Parliament or to the nation in a bid for political power. So too long ago, the opposition spokesman on water took to the political platform and accused the administration of distributing black tanks to a businessman. The businessman came out and he declared that is not so. He bought the tanks on his own accord. Yes? Menacing words were directed to the businessman. His life was placed in jeopardy. It is unfortunate that this country is contending with an opposition that is prepared to lie on the altar of political expediency. Not too long ago, the leader of the leader of opposition business in the Parliament, in the Senate, alleged that a contractor was not paid and therefore work on a school was stopped. The contractor said that is not so. It is unfortunate, sir, that as we pursue and perhaps come near to the end of the legislative agenda of the current term, that this country, Jamaica's democracy, is having to contend with an opposition that is prepared to lie on the altar of political expediency. We've heard lies told about the SSL matter, yes? And from whence monies were stolen, when independent media has indicated that the majority of the monies was fleeced under the administration of the PNP. And on the matter of false information, tarnishing the legislative agenda, sir. This nation listened to Senator Donna Scott Motley suggesting that the administration was moving to terminate the current parliamentary term because we were seeking to circumvent the tabling of a document by the Integrity Commission. A senator who knows that when a parliamentary term is being brought to an end, there's usually an indication from either the leader of government business of either house, the Speaker, or the President of the Senate. No such indication came. But the senator visited upon a platform and told a barefaced lie that the administration was seeking to circumvent the tabling of the Integrity Commission document. It's unfortunate, sir.
All right, hold on a second, Senator Apka fits in. Let me hear the point of order, Senator.
The member is misleading the Senate because the leader of government business in the House conveyed to Philip Baldwell, the leader of opposition business, that the parliamentary year would have come to an end last week. It is on that basis and that information on which Senator Scott Motley has spoken. The parliamentary secretary knows not of which he speaks, but he loves to speak, he spoke it.
Thank you, sir. When a parliamentary year...
Proceed, Senator Apka.
When a parliamentary year is being brought to a close, there is usually a public announcement by a designated officer in the Parliament of Jamaica, whether the leaders of government business in either side, or the Speaker, or the President of the Senate, There's also a notification that's usually sent out to the media. None of that transpired. The suggestion that the administration was moving to terminate the parliamentary year to circumvent the tabling of a document by the Integrity Commission in fulfilling its lawful mandate is a barefaced lie. It is false, and it must be called out for what it is. The senator also used the political platform, sir, to suggest that 8 government parliamentarians are under investigation for a particular offense. Again, absolutely false. And you know what? The print media, credible print media, has corroborated the falsehood of such a statement. It is very unfortunate that the opposition senator sought to use the political platform to cast aspersions on the motives of the government. And again, sir, I reiterate that is to be called out. Not long ago, the Jamaica Observer told us that at least 5 opposition parliamentarians are under investigation for illicit enrichment. The senator using the political platform to spread falsehood on the government of Jamaica is unacceptable, unbecoming, and should not be tolerated.
All right, let me hear the point of order.
Relevance, because we are debating the amendment to the agricultural, and I'm wondering the relevance of the presentation of the member, because it has no bearing, no connection to the bill. And I urge you, Mr. President, to enforce the standing order.
All right, you see, let me say this. No. In fact, I'm surprised that the comment is coming from Senator Morris. Because Senator Morris, you see, when you guys don't want to be silenced, you know, at times, because in your closing, close to the end, you are the person, you brought it up. You opened it. And if I were to, when I seek to put the reins on, what you do is that you say that we're trying to silence, well, I'm trying to silence the minority. And so, but you went into, you left from there and sought to take it into another realm. Into another realm. And so you went beyond, and there must, well, if the other side believes that there has to be a response to your comment, then there is going to be a comment. No, you open a door and you get the leeway to do it. So guess what? Yeah, man. All right, good. Yes. Probably you need to read it well. And the same Senator Allen, if you would read the front page of the Western Mirror, where she said that what her supporters went out and did was in fact incorrect in defacing the public space. Proceed for me, Senator Fitzendy.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
She has not been recognized. You have not been recognized. Keep your seat.
I reiterate my sentiment, sir, that
you are not being recognized. Resume your seat.
Mr. President. Yeah, no, hold up on that, man. We are one Senator Fitzendy, please. Yeah.
Senator Allen, please. Senator Allen. No, I'm not turning on the mic. So just have a seat. Just have a seat. Senator Allen, have a seat. Have a seat, please. Have a seat, please. All right. Senator Fitzhenley, just hold a moment for me. Mr. Senator Fitzhenley, continue for me, please.
Very much, sir. I was about to conclude my contribution, but during their submissions, I hesitate to say contribution, during their submissions to the debate on the bill to amend the Praedial Larceny Act, the opposition members insisted that a scandal was unearthed by the Auditor General's Department, and that resources, fertilizer allocated to farmers, those fertilizers were being pilfered. Again, false information. And you see, sir, there was a time when, in dismissing false information, I would use words such as specious, mendacious, duplicitous. That's a fallacious narrative. But the consistency of the misinformation from the opposition, including concerning the findings of the Auditor General's Department, has forced me to a point, sir, where I have to call it out for what it is. Barefaced lies being told by the opposition should be called out for what it is. And I alert the people of Jamaica that the current Mark Golding-led opposition, as evidenced by their submissions during this debate on the Praedial Larceny Act, has arrived at a point where every single word they utter has to be seriously questioned. They cannot be trusted to speak the truth to the people of Jamaica. The administration of Prime Minister Andrew Holness is committed to looking about the well-being of the nation's farmers. And our commitment does not only extend to the allocations we give to the sector, or attribute to the sector in terms of the well-being of the farmers. We are prepared to back up our talk with legislative action. This act to amend the Praedial Larceny Act is evidence of such. Thank you, sir. The bill has my support.
Thank you very much, Senator Apka Fitzhenley. All right, I don't see any speakers from the other side, so Senator Morgan, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Taking note of the time so I can make copious use of the time. Mr. President, I join with my colleagues on this side in registering our support for the amendment before us and for this piece of legislation. I do so, Mr. President, not only because it is long overdue, I do so as someone who, though raised in Portmore, St. Catherine, would spend many a summer holiday, many a Easter break, and indeed the occasional Christmas break down on my grandfather's farm in Magate, St. Elizabeth, where he would, of course, till the soil and do what many tens of thousands of hard-working Jamaicans do every day, Mr. President, produce agricultural output in this country. I tip my hat, I salute our nation's farmers, and I am happy Mr. President, that this piece of legislation has come at this juncture because it is my view, Mr. President, that there is nothing more egregious than unlawful actions that break the spirit and shake the resolve of a trying person. The theft of agricultural produce does precisely that. From time to time, we see reports in media, we see reports on the various social media platforms of a farmer, trying farmer in particular, who is shaken, whose spirit may well be broken because of the loss they have suffered when they see a field of produce being stolen, or when they wake up to the bellies of their cattle or small ruminants, as is the case on many occasions. You see farmers who had intended to use the yield from their activity to send their children to school, provide food on the table, and provide for their families generally. You see them being displaced on account of farm theft. And so, Mr. President, I wish to start out in my submissions, my intervention on this piece of legislation by just pointing out to Jamaica, a very intentional and assertive and strident way, that there are really two types of political actors in society. Those who talk about what is to be done and those who actually get things done, Mr. President. They are talk, we are substance. Our substance, Mr. President, manifests itself in the actions we take. I, particularly at junctures where I have been the presenter of programs on radio, yes, and in other capacities as a public affairs commentator, there have been so many stories up and down the country in relation to this most vexing issue of losses incurred and suffered by our nation's farmers, and then the regime that exists, the legislative scheme that exists, is not demonstrably proportional in terms of the punishment, the fine, the punitive measures that are levied at the offenders in the way they ought to be. And what this piece of legislation before us this afternoon seeks to do is to respond to that, address that, and correct that bit of existing mischief, Mr. President. I welcome this move, Mr. President, because what it does is that it fits nicely with and works together with a number of other measures, incentives, and interventions that serve to make life better for our nation's farmers. Mr. President, it is in the DNA of this Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party government to take on, address, and respond to, and indeed go on to resolve the hard, vexing, and even elusive in some instances issues that have confronted Jamaican society and have bedeviled the Jamaican people over many years, in some instances over decades. And so, Mr. President, in as much as this amendment to the legislation seeks to correct a long-standing mischief, we see the government doing precisely this in many other areas of national life here in Jamaica. The transformation of the Jamaica Constabulary Force through the provision of policy support and resource support is among them. So much so that we could have had Expo 2.0 on show last week. The National Identification System is one such example. Pensions reform is another example. Harvesting water from the Black River to bring it to the Pedro Plains, to irrigate the Pedro Plains, is game-changing, Mr. President, and this government is dealing with that. Michael Manley spoke about water from the Black River to irrigate the Pedro Plains from as far back as the 1970s. And it has taken Andrew Holness and the government he leads to come and do that, Mr. President. And we are proud on this side of that. Mr. President, for many years, for decades even, there has been talk of a comprehensive rural school bus system. It has taken this Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party administration to come and now deal with that long, elusive rural school bus system. And we are proud of that, Mr. President. That's what we do on this side. They talk. We are substance. Mr. President, making some workers in the public service permanent, moving them from being casual workers to being permanent workers, like this piece of legislation before us, is also one of the things that have long been outstanding in this country and is being resolved at present. So much so that many categories of school staff, support staff at schools, persons who are employed at the National Solid Waste Management Authority have now transitioned from being mere casual workers. Yes, and I trust Senator Brown will appreciate that. And workers at RADA, and I suspect at the National Irrigation Commission as well, and other agencies, allied agencies under the auspices of the Ministry of Agriculture and Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining, are now moved from being casual workers to, of course, being permanently employed persons, bringing greater certainty and dignity in terms of their terms of employment to them, Mr. President. And we're delighted for that, and we're proud of that. Mr. President, agricultural output is of incalculable importance. As a number of my colleagues on both sides have observed in this debate, it is the hard work and effort of our farmers that serve to prop up and foster our food security. And our food security, Mr. President, is of considerable moment. Because, as Senator Gale has said, when you look to the medium term and with the developments in the global community at present, uncertainties abound, and of course we have seen hostility and acts of aggression in some parts of the world, all of which may touch and concern and have implications for our own food security here in Jamaica. And as such, putting our Jamaican farmers, putting our Jamaican brothers and sisters in a better position to withstand the vagaries of things, exogenous shocks that may attend upon them, that may confront them from time to time, is of critical importance, and it could not, Mr. President, come a moment too soon. So farm theft has always been the bane of our farmers' existence. It has always been. One of the things we have to appreciate, Mr. President, and much of Senator Thompson's presentation focused attention on the healthcare implications and the healthcare ramifications of farm theft. One of the things we have to appreciate is that when the two-foot puss, as Senator Morris described them as, and quite correctly so, when they steal and deprive farmers of produce, they don't note, they are not aware that a plot of pak choy or cabbage or some other fresh produce may have been recently sprayed. They may have had agents applied to them. And as you know, in farming, you have to really allow for a certain period of time to elapse to harvest that produce, whether it is lettuce, romaine lettuce or iceberg, or whether it is cabbage. Yes? So when the farmers have their produce stolen, it is to be understood that commodities are coming into the marketplace which may not be wholesome and appropriate for our consumption as humans. So there is that clear public health hazard. And to the extent, Mr. President, that the government is responding by way of this piece of legislation, it is quite evident, Mr. President, that this has implications for safeguarding. Yes, it serves to better safeguard the public health of the Jamaican people. Mr. President, this piece of legislation seeks to strengthen the fines and increase terms of imprisonment. There's an observation the Prime Minister made in recent days that is very instructive. I touched on it last week, and I'm touching on it again this week, because we have a law enforcement piece of legislation before us. And what is to be noted, Mr. President, is that the government is changing the risk-reward dynamic in relation to crime in the country, Mr. President. The man who goes out and steals a goat, steals a cow, whether the cow in calf or not, whether the goat in kid or not, the man who goes out and steals cabbage and tomatoes and cantaloupe, honeydew melon, and other commodities, when he goes out and does that, he does so, Mr. President, because he would have made a calculation in his mind that the reward to be gleaned from engaging in this activity and doing this unlawful thing is worth the risk. But that game is changing now. This administration, this government, led by Andrew Michael Holness, is changing that dynamic. And so, the 2-foot post, instead of us just coming here and being descriptive about it, on this side, my friends, senators opposite, we are very, very prescriptive. We are doing the things that will make life miserable for the 2-foot post. And so, the 2-foot post will have to understand that the fines are going to be that much more punitive. The terms of imprisonment are going to be that much more onerous. And he, I dare say, will have to think again. Even technology, Mr. President, will play a role in this regard. Because in the agricultural space now, many a farmer are making use of closed-circuit television technology, Mr. President. Yes? And of course, with the linkage in terms of the Jamaica Eye network generally, just camera systems across the length and breadth of the country, you find that we may be in a better position to pick up that Pro Box or to pick up that Toyota Wish that is making its way out of a community as the persons who would have stolen some produce seek to make good their escape. And based on the technology that is now in place, based on the government's investments in law enforcement architecture in the country, we are in a better position to not only detect crime, but also apprehend, Mr. President, the very many 2-foot posts up and down the country and let them know, and indeed serve notice to others looking on, that it is better them go up a heart and find something else constructive to do. Because the criminality business is not being countenanced in the country. I dare say, Mr. President, yes, you can tell that to Mayor Andrew Swaby. Yes? Tell that to him and others, that the criminality business in the country, and of course I cast no aspersions on the goodly mayor. I'm just saying what I'm saying. Anyway, just to be very clear, just to be very clear, the propensity, the likelihood of nabbing persons who would seek to deprive our nation's farmers of their hard-earned investments and their hard-earned produce in terms of their agricultural commodities. Yes? It's changing. So, Mr. President, I repeat by saying the risk-reward dynamic in terms of farm theft is changing. So the persons who are inclined so to do need to think again and go find something productive to do. Mr. President, I recall viewing a sitting of the Parliament late last year when the incumbent Agriculture, Fisheries and Mining Minister presented an update on and gave a statement on the build-out of agricultural wardens. He mentioned that it is something being undertaken using the framework of the JCF, the Jamaica Constabulary Force, and he set out a number of provisions and the thrust of this particular intervention. Many have waxed warm over the years, Mr. President. Many have commented on. Many have registered their disgust at farm theft. But they did not come with the agricultural wardens in as organized and as comprehensive a way as this government is doing in this dispensation, Mr. President, and we welcome that. Because we know that having the fines adjusted, and of course, my leader of government business here in the Senate mentioned that as she piloted and opened the debate on this piece of legislation. We know that in relation to the fines and the terms of imprisonment, those by themselves do not bring about enforcement. We need the human resources and we need technology to be able to enforce what we have on the books. Because as Senator Scott Motley said earlier, in comparing a dispensation passed with the present, she made the point about persons, wardens at the river who would essentially ensure that, persons are operating in a prescribed manner and so on. So we know that when a law exists on the books, it really is inadequate, and it is better to have the wherewithal and the enforcement capacity to do the actual enforcement. That is very important, Mr. President. Mr. President, farm theft is driven by demand. It is driven by, and I think it was the leader of government business in the Senate who made the observation earlier this morning about farm theft, that we may see the man who steals the cabbage as a 2-foot puss, but in many instances there's a sophisticated, a calculated and organized network of criminality underpinning the farm theft that we see in our midst. So there is a person who will be bringing the stolen meat to their meat shop or their restaurant, and that eventually goes on to us, members of the public, as end product users. And so we need to appreciate and understand that paying focused attention to this vexing issue of farm theft and building the requisite capacity to better superintend agricultural enterprise across the country and better apprehend the violators is of critical importance, Mr. President. And so I am making a call, Mr. President, for a degree of reparatory focus going forward. Ask Mark Golding what anything reparatory or reparations mean. I set you up and you fall in the trap, yes? I set you up and you fall in the trap. Mr. President, when a farmer loses produce, whether it is a goat, sheep, fowl, cow, or commodities, crops, the whole notion of the offender going off to prison doesn't compensate for his or her loss. The cow that female farmer was banking on to be able to find the school fee to send her daughter, Mr. President, to university, the fact that someone was ultimately caught and imprisoned or the person pay a fine and so on, doesn't necessarily bring redress to that person. And that is why our reparatory focus is of some moment, to be able to better compensate farmers for their losses. Not only in cases where it was recovered, because you may have stolen agricultural produce, including livestock, recovered. But in some instances, in many instances indeed, the agricultural produce of which our farmers are fleeced, of which our farmers are deprived on account of theft of that produce, they are not able to be restored with them. So it just goes as a loss. And so it is important, Mr. President, perhaps some kind of fund could be earmarked, because the idea would be to have the fines paid by these offenders going into a special farm theft recovery fund, so that farmers can be supported and derive some degree of recompense having suffered considerable loss. Mr. President, there are some who wax warm about the establishment of an agricultural development fund. I heard Senator Gabriela Morris make mention of this proposal that the PNP is coming with, which is just a fly-by-night, make-it-up fund that they're talking about. Because just to be clear, Mr. President, when Dayton Campbell, the PNP's embattled and controversial General Secretary, spoke at a meeting in St. Elizabeth to a group of farmers, perhaps he thought that he was speaking only to a group of farmers. Perhaps he didn't recognize, Mr. President, that he was being recorded. He spoke, Mr. President, and in conveying an idea to the farmers, he made mention of the Tourism Enhancement Fund. He made mention of the Universal Access Fund of old. It is now properly the Universal Service Fund. And he went on to say, now is the time for us to add a little thing, speaking about new monies, yes, and a new fund. It is only in the circumstance, Mr. President, where members of the public, myself included, made mention of the tax, the business of tax, that Dayton Campbell, Mark Golding, and the PNP is proposing to take Jamaica back to, that they decided to back off. And as they often seek to do in hoodwinking, and of course, yes, pivoting, that new fund that they had initially conceived of, Dayton Campbell made the rounds in media, pivoting away to suggest that the fund that he's referring to would be capitalized by the existing import duties. When in fact, Mr. President, that was never the intention, because the truth is, and I am putting it to Dayton Campbell and the PNP here today, I am putting it to them this afternoon, Mr. President. When Gabriela Morris makes mention of being able to provide additional incentives and do all kinds of things for farmers, the question is, where the new money going to come from? Because every dollar of the current regime in terms of import duties goes to fund and finance something, a program or an activity that exists here in Jamaica at present. So where the new money going to come from magically, so to do? In other words, the better question, Mr. President, is what will Dayton Campbell, or what would rather Dayton Campbell and the PNP propose to discontinue or stand down in order to do the wish list things, the pie-in-the-sky promises that they are promising the Jamaican people and, of course, our hard-working farmers up and down the country? Which of the existing programs will a PNP administration stand down or discontinue? Mr. President, I put it to you that suggestion of an agricultural development fund is nothing but a three-card trick and a Samfi business, Mr. President. Samfi business. Because the very idea of speaking to and referring to a fund as this discrete fund that you're going to be able to do a number of things from is just very offensive. Take people for fool. Take big man and big woman in this country for fool the PNP. That is what is in their DNA. They have always done it. They are doing it, and I suspect, Mr. President, they will always do it. But guess what? Jamaica is a wise place today. Jamaica has awakened to their kind of samphire approaches and suggestions in relation to the governance of this country. And so, Mr. President, the parliamentary opposition needs to tell us which of the roads that are slated for repair they are going to discontinue. They need to tell us which production incentive they are going to discontinue, which irrigation system that will be provided to farmers as proposed by this Andrew Holness-led Jamaica Labour Party government that they would discontinue, since they're going to, and since they're proposing to, create the Special Agricultural Development Fund out of or from the import taxes that we get in part. Yes? They need to tell us which of the current programs, which seedlings to farmers, which fertilizer to farmers, which baby chickens to farmers, which production incentive would the PNP propose to discontinue in order to do Dayton Campbell's pie in the sky wish list promise. So, Mr. President, when the members opposite made their contribution to the debate, they did what they typically do, paid lip service, and spoke with platitudes about their support for agriculture and their commitment to agriculture. Never mind the fact that their professed support and commitment is never backed up by or underpinned by actual action, certainly when they form government and are in a position, Mr. President, as we have seen in the past, to do so. You have never seen the professed support for agriculture being backed up meaningfully by action and legislative provisions, really. So egregious, Mr. President, is the current state of play that, notwithstanding the PNP's professed commitment to agriculture and love for the nation's farmers, they haven't seen it fit to afford the farmers a voice on the opposition benches in the parliament, Mr. President. There is no opposition spokesman on agriculture in the lower house or here in the Senate, Mr. President. The opposition spokesperson on agriculture, Imdia Bush, Crystal Lee, sent Dayton Campbell packing from St. Ann Northwestern. He does not hold a place in this parliament, and I trust the good people of Westmoreland Eastern will do the right thing and return their proven performer, their hard-working member of parliament, Danny Lawrence of the JLP, to this place to continue to work on their behalf and not send Dayton Campbell to the lower house. The PNP have no regard for the farmers, Mr. President. The senators opposite, none among them serve as the spokesperson on agriculture. None among them in the lower house serve as the spokesperson on agriculture. And the simple question this morning, Mr. President, as they squeal over on that side is, what can go so? What can go so?
Speaker's time has expired.
10 minutes, Mr. President.
10 minutes. Senator Morris.
It's 10 minutes.
Just hold a second, Senator Morris. Yes, go ahead.
Mr. President, the Speaker's time having been expired, may his time be extended for him to complete his presentation.
The question is, Speaker's time be extended for him to complete his presentation. Those in favor? Aye. Those against, the ayes have it. Senator Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And while the Senator Brown opposite, babbles, and from time to time, you would hear him making the point, Mr. President, that the Prime Minister must call it. What they don't realize is that the longer it takes for call is the more points you guys lose in the poll and the more seats the PNP will be losing in the elections. So, as it is said here in Jamaica, Mr. President, because we're not Tapanars, we understand the vernacular and we understand Jamaican proverbs very well. Fire, they are must still, and think a cool breeze. Mr. President, go and check the Blue Dot polls. The JLP is 4% ahead of the PNP in the Blue Dot polls. And Mr. President, so not only is the PNP found wanting, the opposition found wanting in relation to not having an opposition spokesperson on this most important sector. This is a production sector, Mr. President. Agriculture, fisheries, and mining are production areas. And on the agriculture and fisheries side, their spokesperson does not have a place here in the Houses of Parliament. And Mr. President, when they were in an opportunity, because you heard Senator Gabriela Morris giving sweet lip service, seeking to target the farmers up in Northwest St. Anne. But Crystal Lee's on top of things. She's on top of things. You know why? You know why she's on top of things, Mr. President? Between January 2012, if you take note, you will learn some things. Just take some note. And you may want to make a note of this one. Between January 2012 and February 2016, Senator Janice Allen, yes? I'm advised that some 24 farm roads were attended to in this country. 24 dege roads. 24, Mr. President. Between January 2012, when the Simpson-Miller administration took office, Mr. President, the same people who are seeking to hoodwink and suggest that they support farmers and are keen on agriculture and their support for agriculture in this country. Between January 2012, when Mrs. Simpson-Miller's administration took office, and February 2016, when they invariably lost power and were kicked out of office, yes? 24 farm roads were addressed by them in their term of office. That's a crying shame, Mr. President, a crying shame. And in this term of office, Mr. President, these past 2 terms, between March 2016 and present, I am advised that over 400 farm roads have been attended to in this country, Mr. President. Mr. President, some people among us are about talk and some are about action. We on this side are substance. We are about improving the lives of our farmers. We are about improving the lives of the Jamaican people. And Mr. President, as I wrap up, irrigation. Irrigation, irrigation, irrigation. It is the means by which a farmer who is in the business of cultivating crops is able to sustain the acreage under production. The PNP, Mr. President, as I am advised by the Agriculture Minister, did no irrigation system in that term of office between January 2012 and February 2016. Yes? None. And as such, Mr. President, at present, we know of irrigation that is being brought on stream in relation to St. Catherine, Clarendon, and of course St. Elizabeth. We have had the Essex Valley Commission so far, and as I said earlier in my contribution to this debate, the Pedro Plains irrigation is coming on stream. And Mr. President, in enabling our farmers to be more resilient and navigate the vicissitudes of the drought, the Agriculture Ministry has issued or is issuing irrigation kits, Mr. President, drip irrigation in particular, to better enable our farmers to navigate drought conditions, because we know that that enables us that enables farmers to be resilient. Cold storage, Mr. President. Just like these increased fines and increased terms of imprisonment, it's an issue that has been particularly contentious. From time to time, we see our nation's farmers, Mr. President, having to discard or leave in the field to rot or otherwise feed it to animals. Yes? Their produce that have not come to perfection because of drought. And we know the impact that that has on consumers. Even Senator Brown, who is babbling incessantly over there. So, Mr. President, Bagline Chief. Babline Chief. Mr. President, it is this government that has brought cold storage for our farmers to reality, to fruition over there in Manchester. And the farmers up in Belfield, Mr. President, the farmers up in Belfield, where Rhoda Moy Crawford stands tall as the representative of the people. Yes? The farmers in Belfield are pleased with the cold storage facility. They recognize that it will help them to be able to harvest and secure their produce when it is, harvested in a way that keeps it, sustains it, and enables them to be able to, derive income from their hard-earned investments, because no longer does their produce have to be rotting in the field because of drought conditions or, gluts on the market. So cold storage assists us, Mr. President, as end product users, whether we are at the hotels or whether we are at home. Yes? Cold storage facilities helps with the evening out of the supply chain. We don't have these extremes, or we're not likely to have these extremes persisting in the way they persisted and were prevalent in a dispensation past. Because the more the government brings newer technology and mechanisms such as cold storage facilities on stream, we'll be able to store agricultural produce so the price of tomatoes, for example, and sweet pepper don't go through the roof in one instance and then come back to dirt cheap in another instance. So even Lambert Brown, when he goes to the marketplace, Mr. President, he doesn't have to, babble with the market vendor about the price of the carrot or the price of the sweet pepper. So, Mr. President, finally, I welcome, Mr. President, the intervention of the Agriculture Minister in relation to the financial resources that are now being made available. He would have announced it, I believe, in Tuesday, the additional support that will be provided to our farmers for drought mitigation. It's another intervention, Mr. President, aimed at building and shoring up the resilience of our hard-working and deserving farmers in this country. Again, Mr. President, some are talk. On this side, we are substance. And we say to the Jamaican people, when you consider the reverse income tax credit, the micro stock exchange that is coming on stream, this $10 million for farmers that Floyd Green has announced in recent days to help you with black tanks or to help you with irrigation facility and capacity. When you consider the cold storage equipment, or the facility rather, when you consider the irrigation kits, I'm saying to my Jamaican brothers and sisters, Mr. President, when you consider the Western Children and Adolescent Hospital that will soon be open, when you consider the brand new Cornwall Regional Hospital that will soon be open, when you consider the establishment of a social pension for persons aged 75 and older, Mr. President, when you consider the dismantling of the gangs. When we took office, Mr. President, police intelligence indicated that there were just about 350 gangs in operation in the country. At present, police intelligence indicates that that has been slashed drastically to about 80 odd, Mr. President. When the people of Jamaica consider the newly built and opened forensic pathology autopsy suite, when the people of Jamaica consider road construction up and down the country, Mr. President, not least not least the South Coast Highway Improvement Project, not least the East-West Highway linking Maypen to Williamsfield in Manchester, Mr. President. And of course, when they consider that wonderful, magnificent Montego Bay Perimeter Road that you will welcome, Mr. President, I am sure. And even those who will not be successful in St. James Central, when they go up against a colossus named Heroy Clark, even they, I trust, on behalf of the people who they were seeking to secure the support from, they will be happy for them. And Mr. President, when you consider September morning, when those new rural school buses will roll out, they will go up into the highways and the byways. They will go up into the nook and cranny. Minister Dana Morris-Dixon, on that fateful September morning, Mr. President, as Education, Skills, Youth and Information Minister, will be there to meet them, Mr. President. And I say to Senator Brown and others, prepare to meet us there. That September morning, Mr. President, will be a September to remember in relation to the rural school bus system. And for those reasons and more, Mr. President, I urge my Jamaican brothers and sisters, as my armband is saying this afternoon, choose Jamaica on that fateful day. I thank you, Mr. President. May it please you.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator Morgan. And yes, we are going to conclude. Senator, I didn't put any time frame on your presentation. I'm saying we are going to proceed to the conclusion of this bill before we contemplate a break. That will have to be taken. So, Shireen Golden Campbell, I recognize you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I didn't really plan to speak today, and I certainly find it a little difficult to speak after my colleague, Senator Morgan, has so ably and thoroughly outlined the position of this government in relation to the agricultural sector and our farmers and the excellent work that has been done to ensure the well-being of that industry and of our farmers. But I just want to make a few remarks because I came kind of close to the issue of Praedial larceny a couple of years ago when I was supporting a task force that a former Minister of Agriculture, Minister Childs, had put in place looking at the very issue of Praedial larceny. And at the time, I was serving as a member of the board of the Development Bank, excuse me, the Development Bank of Jamaica. And so I recall having some discussions then as well about the impact of Praedial larceny on the economy. And at the time, the figure, the estimated loss was quantified at something like $7 billion. I'm not recalling the figure that Senator Johnson-Smith had quoted this morning. But it's a large amount of money. And the effort then in 2015, the effort that I understand was made in 2015 under the then administration was to create a Praedial larceny unit within the Ministry of Agriculture that was supposed to coordinate the efforts at reducing Praedial larceny. And it struck me that if I am losing something in the region of $7 billion every year, that maybe a unit staffed with 4 police officers isn't quite a robust response to reducing that loss. not the least of which, in terms of losses, Mr. President, as my colleagues have spoken to, are the personal losses. There's a wonderful lady, and I don't want to out her, I don't want to call her name, but she's been looking after me and my family for the last 10 years. And my children's second mother. And she farms chickens and goats. And I can't tell you how many times I have had to nurse the tears when she has come back after a weekend to tell us about the loss of her goats or the loss of her chickens. So it's very personal to me, what we are doing in terms of the deterrent message that this bill is sending. Mr. President, it is consistent, and I'm echoing some of Senator Morgan's remarks when I say this. It is consistent with this government's approach in its reduction of crime strategies. It's joined up planning. So you look at the expansion of the police force, you look at the retooling of the police force, you look at the funding of the police force, and now you look at how the police force has organized itself in terms of creating units within the police force who can deal with localized Praedial larceny. It's not a surprise, Mr. President, and it's not hodgepodge. It's not throwing something out there to see if something works. The approach this government has taken has been well thought out, has been researched, has been organized, and has been implemented in a way that is sustainable because it has taken the time to improve the fiscal framework of this country to be able to afford the tools and the strategies that need to be implemented to stop something like Praedial larceny. Mr. President, the one thing I would like to see, and I have had discussions with Minister Green about this, we have talked about it privately, is as we roll out the strategies and as the technology is utilized, that we really ensure that we're capturing the data so that we know what parish coupled with what crop is the most sought after crop for these kinds of thieves, so that we know what the quantity, the actual quantity of the losses are. Because hitherto, the reporting of Praedial larceny wasn't really that great. But you understand why? Because the system that was to receive that report, an underfunded, undertooled JCF, was not able to respond to reports about animals when they had to be responding to reports about people in a high crime, high murder environment. Mr. President, the solutions that this government have brought to bear are not just about the loss and theft that occur in relation to Praedial larceny. It's also, Mr. President, addressing the issue of how you grow the agricultural sector. Reducing Praedial larceny, and again I heard my colleague Senator Morgan talking about risk-reward. This is a different type of risk. Reducing Praedial larceny, reducing theft and losses in the sector makes it so that the sector is less risky for investors. It makes it more attractive to institutions and investors who wish to finance farming operations, be they livestock or produce. The possibility of this, Mr. President, and the impact that being able to predict your output in agriculture can mean, it's huge. because banks have not, in the last decades or so, been interested in making agricultural loans. And a big part of it is because they feel the sector is so risky, and Praedial Larceny is one of the things that makes the sector a risky investment. So again, Mr. President, the initiative is thought out. It is a part of a larger strategy, and this government is doing the right thing and doing what it ought to be doing for Jamaican people. Mr. President, I will make two more remarks, and one is in relation to the bill itself. And I want to just take a look at what this bill is saying. In addition to the increases in the penalties, it's also inserting into the bill provision for a constable or a warden to call on a person to aid and assist in the execution of the duties under this act. And so, what are, Mr. President, the duties of the agricultural warden under the act? See, I'm not good at using the computer when I'm speaking, you know. So the agricultural warden at Section 6 of the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act is to detect the commission of any offense under the act or enactment specified in the first schedule. And the first schedule speaks to a number of offenses in relation to different types of livestock and produce and so on. It speaks to theft, larceny, it speaks to trespass and so on. And also, Mr. President, the agricultural warden, Mr. President, this provision is saying that a warden may call upon a person to aid and assist in executing those duties. Mr. President, the Unlawful Possession of Property Act has the exact same provision, literally word for word. And that provision, Mr. President, was inserted in that act from as far back as 1982. It was a 1982 amendment to the act. It's been around since then, and the unlawful possession of property is, in fact, one of the acts in the first schedule that's referred to in terms of the agricultural warden's duties. So it's on the books long time. I do wish to commend this to the technical persons, however, and that is the language of lawful excuse. A constable or warden may call upon a person to aid and assist in the execution of the duties under this act, and if any person so called upon neglects or refuses without lawful excuse to aid and assist, the person commits an offense and shall on summary conviction before a parish court be liable to a fine not exceeding 250,000. And I would like to submit, Mr. President, that the word lawful be deleted and the word reasonable be inserted. And I say that, Mr. President, because the lawful excuse is not set out in the statute. So there are no provisions in the statute that guide us to know what the law considers the excuse. And therefore, a reasonable excuse, I submit, Mr. President, would direct us and allow a court to determine the circumstances in which a person's refusal was justified. I'm a little regretful, Mr. President, about the tone of the debate today, because as you know and saw me this morning, I came here early this morning with a very, very positive and happy feeling, because I felt we had accomplished something that many thought we weren't going to accomplish. And I wonder sometimes when the citizens watch us in this chamber, what they really think about how we deal with issues. Because this bill is not a bill coming at the nth hour. And when people hear some of the rhetoric in the chamber, the hyperbole, the exaggeration, and all of that done to achieve some sort of buzz in the media, I would imagine, given the fact, too, that this is that there's an impending political decision to be made for the country. It's a remark that is not worthy of this Senate, and it's disingenuous, especially when it's well known that the reforms in law enforcement have been systematic, have been phased, have been organized, and have been implemented so that sustainability is ensured. And so now we're here at the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act and the amendments there too. It is a part of a larger program of sustained and systemic and directed and focused attack on crime in Jamaica. Mr. President, these reforms will serve our farmers well, and I suggest too that, you know, when we criticize, when we make the criticisms, or let me say when my opposition counterparts make the criticism of JLP plans and suggestions, and they talk about, they throw these things out in the public domain about what they are going to do. Because we're in the silly season, let me address it. Jamaican people are a lot of things, but we are not fools. And the truth of the matter is that my colleagues on the other side are not new, and they're not different. They have been at the helm of this country before. They have held the reins of government before. In fact, for 18 years of my adult life, you were at the helm of government at a time when you had free reign. You weren't under any IMF program. You weren't under any constraints as to how you must decide the spend of the dollar. And yet, I asked myself as I sat here, as I think reasonable people making decisions will do, what did you do for agriculture? And I cannot conceive of one thing. I recall my late friend Roger Clark, and he was my friend. We used to meet up all the time in my hometown because I used to like hanging out with the older folks around me. I remember Roger talking about rice and planting rice. Where is the rice today? Where are these rice farms that all this investment was going into? So I'm saying this, and I'm not here to try and score political points. I am genuinely saying that when I look at the 90s, at the time when you had far more freedom to plan and organize and strategize for the development of this country, at the end of your tenure, I cannot think of one industry that you grew. Not one. And so, Mr. President, this is not the nth hour for this bill. This is the right time, in the right circumstances, with a tooled police force to support the work of the agricultural wardens and a proper structure to be able to investigate and prosecute agricultural crimes. And I commend this bill to my colleagues. May it please you.
Thank you very much, Senator Golden Campbell. Minister Johnson Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. And even as I thank colleagues for their contributions, I must say that I share the view of Senator Campbell in terms of the disappointment at some of the tone of this debate. And indeed, even my own anger, which was generated during the course of it. I don't like to lose my temper. Everyone who knows me and works with me knows it's not something that happens at all. And in fact, when I reflect on the last 9.5 years or so, the only times I've lost it is right here in engagements with men on that side. It's a noteworthy reflection for me, and one that I'm going to have to think about a little more as well. But I trust and I hope that the listening public will recognize the importance of the substance of the work that is at hand today, and that what they will take away is not the frayed tempers or the conversations not related to the bill. And I suspect that some of those matters may proceed with discussion elsewhere. And have no difficulty with that, because some of the discussions need to be had. But, Mr. President, there are some things that have been said today in the debate which I will have to answer, not in anger or anything, but they must be dealt with during as I close, to ensure that Hansard does reflect a proper consideration of the matters before us. The first that I'm going to address is the comment on the sentencing. I believe a comment was made earlier to say that, parliamentarians seem to come and decide that a term is going to be, go up from 1 year to 3 and, 20,000 to 5 million. And there was an impression that this is a random process that we're engaged in. And it's the exact opposite. Senator Golden Campbell referred to it, but even in a more holistic manner. But I'm going to address the realities in respect of this bill. And I'm going to combine it with a reference to Senator Morris's earlier disappointment expressed about the timing, that it would take so long for these amendments to be done. So these amendments follow on the back of the agricultural produce amendments, if we recall, that I referenced in December 2022. These build on that framework. And we're part of a consultative process that the ministry and RADA engaged in with other ministries, AGC, law reform, as well as the agricultural sector in terms of what's appropriate, which is why you see matters like the victim impact statement, which is why these things are done not with a cookie-cutter approach across the piece of the penalties that are applied, but there are adjustments made in respect of the relevant offenses and across the piece. But I want to just note that it was shared with me that the amendments that are being discussed here today, that is the enhancement of penalties and imprisonment terms under Praedial larceny and the related legislation, was first promised by Roger Clark. Yeah. Remember, the act was promulgated in 1983, put forward by Edward Seaga. And it was then, the amendments that were being reviewed, as everyone recognized so many years later, that the penalties hadn't kept pace with the losses, and there was a great deal of anxiety as to how we could deal with these things. Roger Clark promised it, and then Derek Kelly promised it. But these were not done. No. Mr. President, it has taken Minister Green's action and the concerted, more holistic action to bring us to where we are at this point. And I must also mention the more holistic approach of recognizing that you're not just raising the penalties, you're ensuring that there's an agricultural wardens program. The name of the existence of agricultural wardens was provided for in the Act, but a holistic training and establishment program, and I mentioned the 243 now, with the community engagements, with farmers' watch groups that now exist across the island and in the farmers' belts in particular, that are engaged and mapped into the warders and now they will be also with the constabulary, the agricultural protection branch. It's a holistic approach to dealing with the matter. And I think that shouldn't be missed. It's not just about fines and penalties. And that's why it has taken some time. But it has been building on the other systems that have been put in place over this period of time. Mr. President, I also want to just address the matter of support for our farmers. I think Senator Gabriel Morris, the other Senator Morris, was saying that, that farmers need more support. Farmers will always need more support, absolutely. But if one thing of which I can be confident is that the support that they have received under this administration has been more than they have ever received before under any administration. And it's not just me saying so, you know. Farming communities know the difference between whether they had 24 roads over a 4-year period or 400. They see it, they feel it, they drive on them. This is not me standing up and pulling things out of the air. When the productivity, when our domestic crop production hit, sorry, let me just find the numbers here because they're so important to share. In 2022, when we hit our highest level of domestic crop production in history, after 6 consecutive years of growth, 846,508 tons. They know what that production felt like and the production incentives that went into it. When we, in 2023, then had our second highest ever in one of the hottest and driest years in Jamaica's history, but we still managed to produce 778,919 tons. They know what that production felt like, Mr. President, because these are the hands that till the soil. So this is not me saying so. This is the result of concerted investment. It is the result of fixing roads, providing seeds, providing the fertilizer, providing training, and providing lands. Senator Morris mentioned the matter of lands, and I want to just remind that not only have we regularized more than 55 lots of land in St. Anne itself, and having transferred land from the NLA to the ministry to manage and formalize farmers, but where there will be, and Minister Green announced it, a new agro-park in St. Anne, and there is a program. Not only did we start implementing a reservation in all agro-parks and in any land provided for young people, for farmers. Since 2022, we have put in place a reservation first of 20% for young people, and then by 2024, they had surpassed the 20% reservation and were at 22% of all agricultural lands held by young people. So now he implemented a new policy to say that 25% of all new agro-parks must be reserved for young people, women, and persons with disabilities. So there is a clear and concerted effort to not only grow the sector for the big man or the big woman, as the case may be, but to ensure that young people, women, and persons with disabilities all are able to have the piece of what is a growing pie, because the pie is growing under this administration. I also want to just make clear that in the AgroPark Youth Startup Program, there is a special 50% discounted rate for the first 2 years for young people, so that they have better entry into the program. They offer 5-year leases across the piece, but young people are allowed to pay 50% of the lease for the first 2 years. This is a fantastic way to demonstrate that you are intentional and that you are committed to making sure that more young people enter agriculture. The issue of onions was referred to, and I just want to, again, put some facts on the table. And this is why I called out to Senator Morris in trying to bring a roadside argument to the level of a parliamentary assertion. in saying that there was corruption in that fertilizer. You said you were walking. You said I walk the streets and I have the conversations. That's what you said. That's what you said. I am using your words. Sorry, Mr. President, but I was using her words, not my words, her words. She tried to dismiss my assertions by saying she knows it because she has been walking in the streets and talking with the people. Those are not my words. No. You know, you are attaching meaning that doesn't exist. That is not what I am saying is that for the 4-year period, because there was an assertion about importing more onions, that we are importing onions and putting onion farmers, local farmers out of work. For the 4 years of 2012 to 2015, under the PNP administration, 1,258 containers of onions were imported. Under this government, from 2021 to 2024, 659 containers of onion, Mr. President. 1/2. Everything else is local production. Facts matter. And this is why I'm saying you cannot just tell me that somebody said to you, and therefore you say, and somehow it sits in Hansard.
Just one second. Senator Brown, Senator Allen, and Senator Morris. Senator Brown said when one person is speaking, stick to the standing order and let us have the speaker speak in silence. So I would ask that the three of you practice, follow Senator Fraser Binns. Senator Fraser Binns. All right.
Mr. President, I just want to, I'm almost at the close of my responses, Mr. President, and I've already spoken about the 66% of persons surveyed under the JCC's index that stated that 66% were interested in agriculture. I'd made that assertion earlier, but I also got the figure that since 2021, the registered farmers have moved from 240,000 to 270,000. That's 30,000 new farmers in the sector coming in, tapping into formal access to resources and support that help with productivity, Mr. President. So we really have to recognize that it's not enough to simply say that things are not happening or that things need to be done. The truth is that much of what they say is a good idea. We're doing it already. That's the reality. That's the reality. So even this magic figure of 25% reduction of imports, we've been working at the head of the CARICOM 25 by 25 program for I don't know how many years since it was introduced by the president of Guyana. It was disrupted by COVID by 2 years, recognized. So it's now 25 by 25 plus, but Jamaica was leading with the largest reductions in imports in the products which we had signed up to reduce our imports until burial. And we have, in fact, been clawing back ground. So I just want to say, Mr. President, that the bill that is before us is another step in a holistic and committed policy and strategy of supporting agriculture and farmers, whether you're a fish farmer or a produce farmer, in every way that it is possible so to do. Direct, with actual technical assistance, with access to land, with seeds and training. Mr. President, we are also supporting with security to actually help with the predictability of the value of your investment in farming. So, Mr. President, the reference also that we seek to recognize that this is not a minor matter was one that I dealt with up front by saying that it is clearly high profit, organized strategy. I even mentioned the international aspect of it in terms of the guns for food with Haiti. This is not small fries, and we are not treating it that way. And I just feel that it's important that we recognize that these things are being done and treated with strategically and holistically. And that is why we say that we are demonstrating actively every day and in every sector that we choose Jamaica, and we ask for the public support as we continue to so do, including as we close this bill, and I ask for second reading.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act, read a second time.
Senate will now resolve itself into a committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill clause by clause. Minister, so it's short. There any? All right, just hold a second, Senator Brown. Minister.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Senator Golding Campbell raised a proposed amendment to a clause that had also been referenced earlier, and there's therefore an amendment being proposed to clause 3B. I'm just suggesting that when you reach there, we take that, but other than that, we could likely proceed en bloc.
All right, so I put clauses 1 and 2. Those in favor? Aye. Those against? Ayes have it. Clause 3.
Mr. President, as was highlighted, there was a concern regarding the threshold for persons to exercise an appropriate refusal, let me call it that, to cooperate in circumstances, and that reducing that from lawful to reasonable would provide a better balance in the Act. And given that this Act comes from the, is actually this section has long existed, and in fact existed, it was taken from the, the Unlawful Possession of Property Act. That is not one that is unknown to the law, meaning it's not a new introduction to this Act. We made a quick check with the Attorney General's chambers and with the ministry to check if it's fine with policy. So we would propose that Section 11.4 be amended by deleting the word lawful and substituting, therefore, the word reasonable.
So it is that you would have neglects or refuses without reasonable excuse instead of lawful excuse. All right. Yes.
With that proposal, our opposition to the clause goes away, and we can support that clause as is recommended by Senator Golding. And I've been the one who made the proposal. Not sure it has been accepted, but that's the way the cut and thrust goes. Well, I thank you, Senator, for the proposal.
All right. So based on what was commented on by the well, let me deal with that first. The amendment as proposed to clause 3B4. Those in favor? 3B? Yes. All right. 3B. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. Clause 3B, clause 3 as amended. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. So based on the comments that were made before, and I believe that there is consensus between across the aisle. So we will be taking clauses 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, and 11. Yes, I think I saw 11 now. Yes. So clauses 4 through to clauses 11 we'll take on block. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. I put the schedule put the schedule. So,
Mr. President, if I might, it appears that there are some amendments. I don't know if the Parliament has them for circulation to members because I hadn't received them before, to the Praedial Larceny Amendment Act.
Beyond the 3?
Beyond Section 3, they are to 10 and 11. So that would mean we could approve to Clause 9 and then proceed to these. But regrettably, I'm not sure if anyone received them because I'm only just receiving them. Thankfully, they don't seem complicated, but...
All right, so it would be clauses 4 through to 9. Okay, instead of what I had put before. So it's clauses 4 to 9 that we'll take. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it. You now have what is being proposed in relation to 10. So clause 10.
Mr. President and colleagues, what is proposed in clause 10, and this is the schedule with column 1 and 2, that sets out the act that's being addressed, the sections of the act and the relevant adjustment. What is being proposed is that in the first column of the first schedule in relation to the Trespass Act, that there would be deleted sections 2, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11, and replaced with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11. So section 3 is being included as reference to under the Trespass Act.
Sorry, you said 2, 3.
Deleting the words 2, 4, 5, the numbers and words.
Yes.
Sections 2, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11, and replacing them with 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10, and 11. So it's really inserting the number 3. Clause 11 then says, in the schedule of consequential amendments in relation to the Trespass Act, to insert next after Section 2 the following, which is Section 3. Delete the words not exceeding $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, and substitute, therefore, the words not exceeding $500,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year.
Sorry, where is that? Where is that?
This is in Clause 11, in the schedule of consequential amendments to the Trespass Act, and this is, and pardon me, Mr. President, because I have to be finding my way. This is just coming to me as well. So I'm going in faith. Sorry, let me just, if you give me 1 second, Mr. President, thank you.
All right, sounds good, isn't it? Hey, Whip, you have to bring some more in this thing. This fading away is not on the Governor's candy.
Asking for your indulgence.
I didn't hear you.
No, man, we need to go and eat.
They've been switching out.
Really?
Switching out the staff.
So I can go and eat?
But it's your turn. Your bill now. Bad time.
No, I can. Some early this morning I ate. It's not good for your stomach. I had a little tea and...
Okay, my apologies, Mr. President, and apologies, colleagues. So if you would turn to page 10 of the act, the 10 of the bill before us, then you would find the continuation of clause 11, because clause 11 is actually the schedule. And what is proposed is that after section 2, there is to be a new section 3 inserted. So when you look at page 10, you see the Trespass Act, section 2, A and B, and then section 4. In between 2 and 4, we're going to insert section 3. And what it says is to delete the words not exceeding $10,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, and substituting, therefore, the words not exceeding $500,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 1 year. So we're moving 10,000 to 500,000 and 6 months to 1 year.
Okay, so it's
That's the
really
amendment.
just the sanction.
Yes, that's the only thing. So, Mr. President, it would be noted as an amendment to clause 11 by the insertion of a new section 3 under the consequential amendments.
Okay.
Yes?
So we're first going to be looking at
So you'd put clause
all right,
11.
so clause 11.
Yes.
So clause 11, as amended, those in favor?
Aye.
Those against?
No, the amendment to clause
So-
11, and then, sorry.
Right, the amendment to clause 11.
Yes.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The ayes have it.
Yes. Then-
Clause 11, as amended, those in favor?
Aye.
Those against? The
You
ayes
you
have
have
it.
taken on the mannerisms of your
And-
president, Mr. President.
And we will have the schedule. Right? So I put the schedule. And there's an amendment to the schedule that you had indicated, which is going to be the 2, 3, 4, 5.
That was the clause 10, Mr. President.
What's that?
That was clause 10.
is that the-
Which
is
we
that-
did already.
Thought it is referred to as the first schedule. And Minister, clause 10, which encompasses the first schedule. So clause 10 as amended. Those in favor? The amendment to clause 10, first of all, because we have put 2, 3, 4, right. So the amendment to clause 10, those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. And clause 10 as amended. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. I put this schedule. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. And I put the title and enacting clause. Those in favor? Those against, the ayes have it. You have part 3? You know, I know that, but 3. The question is that I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments. Those in favor? Those against? Ayes have it. Oh, you're quick on the draw, Mr. Marshall. So I do report the bill as having passed committee stage with 3 amendments.
Mr. President, might I ask for third reading of the bill?
Question is that the bill be read a 3rd time. Those in favor? Those against? The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Praedial Larceny Prevention Act read a 3rd time and passed.
Mr. President, I believe you were proposing that we take a break to allow staff to refresh themselves. Do we say half an hour, because we still have the electricity wheeling and the law reform penalties. And while they might not take as extensive debate as Praedial Larceny, the fact is that they do have to be dealt with appropriately. I'm not sure if colleagues would want to push through on this one.
All right, so I'm going to take up suspension of the Senate for 20 minutes. So the Senate is suspended for 20 minutes.
Me, I go show them my way of justice.
I'm abused.
I need legal advice. I don't deserve this.
The truth of the matter is, justice there for all of we. The Ministry of Justice has trained more than 5,600 persons in restorative justice practices. More than 200,000 victims have been supported by the victim services. Legal aid has reached thousands island-wide. Make we talk it out, not fight it out. Call 888-JUSTICE today.
Join the conversation focusing on Jamaica's development. Tune in to the post-cabinet press briefings, Wednesdays live at 9 a.m. with a rebroadcast at 9 p.m. right here on PBCJ, the People's Station.
Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. You fi check out the servings, just do the maths. Not taking too much, finger below the facts. Zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Take note of the sodium, the sugars and the fats by percent. Unless you're on the right track. You fi zoom in on the nutrition facts. It there in the table on the side or the back. Vitamins, minerals and vitamin 2, 20% and more that good for you. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. You fi zoom in. Check the nutrition facts. Less sugar, less salt intake and less fat. You fi zoom in.
A message from the Ministry of Health and Wellness, Jamaica Moves, the Heart Foundation of Jamaica, the National Health Fund, and Japan.
Diabetes is high glucose level in the bloodstream. In Jamaica, we have 236,200 people living with diabetes that are known. It's a chronic illness, therefore it's not curable, sad to say, but it can be controlled through proper monitoring such as dieting, exercise, medication, the checking of the glucose level, and consultation with your physician. It is our duty to give care to patients that are diabetic. Whether you're a member or non-member, you can see our consultations. We have a wide range of services that we offer to patients, such as diet plan, our diabetes education, also to teach patients about diabetes, how to monitor themselves and to manage diabetes, to check their blood glucose level and how to treat themselves. At the DHA, we have our Life for a Child program that's for patients 0 to 25. What we offer to them is free insulin, free Lancet, free blood sugar machine, also education and support group for them. You can call us at 927-6774 and you can speak with Nurse Nicorine Knight. She's a clinic coordinator and she will educate you and walk you through the step of what is to be done.